we have your hearts in your stories with us. And we are telling them everywhere we go. And if I want to do one thing for you, because I know he only gave me a minute. This is a magic minute, and I go to Baptist church, so, you know, we got to take a little bit of time. But I need y'all to do something for me. If you don't already have your phone out, take your phone out. And take a picture of yourself and whoever is next to you. Because what people like to see and like to believe is that federal employees are not real people. I see a lot of people right here in front of me. So make sure you take a picture of yourself and your neighbor. You post it to your social media and you let people know this is what hard work looks like. This is what Americans look like. And this is what it looks like to fight back against Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Y'all bought up? All right. Listen, next we have Representative April McLean Delaney. She's here with us, and I'm proud to know that we put forces on the ground to make sure she was elected. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
And thank you. I am so thrilled to be here. But you know why I'm here? I'm here because it's right. You're working for America. I love to see government workers work for America. I mean, that's incredible. I mean, we sit there. You're veterans. You're prior. You sit here every day and help our country. So I represent the great district, 6th District of Maryland. I represent 35,000 government workers, civil servants who show up every day, but you know, I'm here to have your back. But I just want to say a few things. You know, our courts are kind of giving us a little bit of a reprieve right now. And I hope that they stand firm and stand up for our workers. Because our civil servants are dedicated. They are experienced. And they care about America. But it's not just the courts. It's the courts of public opinion. And so we have to be out there giving our neighbors and telling them to step forward. So over the last few weeks, the Trump administration and Elon Musk, with his data collecting, has attacked our federal workers, the same ones who get up every day. But I'll tell you, I'm going to fight for the same scientists who work to cure science and cancer at NIH. The same firefighters training the next generation to keep our communications safe at our National Fire Academy. The same legal experts protecting Americans from fraud. The same engineers rebuilding our roads and bridges for our families to drive on. And the same researchers ensuring our farmers have the resources they need to feed families and make it to the next planting season. So our country is better off for the work of these agencies and our workers, not in spite of them. And to the federal workers here today, and there's many of us here, we in Congress have your back. We're going to be there. And I'm going to fight like hell to make sure that you all stay where you need to be. And I even have people across in my native state of Idaho and Utah in the Park Service who are being told to take that fork in the road. And I said that fork is dressed up like a knife. So what we need to do not back down and stay fighting. I'm going to bring up Angela also Brooks, who's speaking after me. But we are having a Telly Town Hall tonight at 5:30. And so you can, and we're going to talk, Dan Horowitz is going to be talking about workers' rights, but we're also going to be talking about what this means for federal workers. So if you want to join our town hall or ones across America, do it. But make sure to know that we care and that you all, solidarity equals strength, dignity, fairness, respect. I love that. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. All right, brothers and sisters. We have an amazing new U.S. Senator this year. My senator, proud to welcome Senator Angela Alsabrook to the stage. Great senator. Thank you. All right.
Well, first to President Kelly, want to thank you so much. This is a bad man right here. Can we hear from President Kelly? To all of my friends in AFGE, let me hear you make some noise. My friends in labor, let me hear you make some noise. And I know there absolutely must be some super bad Maryland represent the very best in all of us. You represent the best in all of us. Our civil servants, you have answered the call. The call not to serve a Republican government or a Democratic government. You were called to serve the American people in an American government. And for anyone who's wondering, these jobs are not Republican jobs or Democratic jobs. They're American jobs. They're American jobs. And you show up every day to make sure that the hard and important work is to be done. And I want anyone who's listening to hear me when I say you belong here, and we are not backing up, backing down, going away, none of it. The important work that you do ensures that the American people have what they deserve. These are people who have sown into our country. The veterans, like my uncle, who when he was sick deserved to get the care that he needed. When I think about the Social Security payments, these are promises that America made to our seniors who worked hard for those benefits. It's not a giveaway. These are hard-earned benefits, and you make sure that they get those benefits. You make sure that the American people get what they deserve. But be clear, an attack on you, the witch hunt, the really callous, heartless, horrible witch hunt that is occurring right now against our civil servants is not just an attack on you, it's an attack on the American people. The father who has to wonder how to get his child to Head Start in the morning, it's an attack on that individual. It's an attack on the people that you serve. And guess what? We will not stand for it. We're not backing up or backing down. And you know what? And ask yourself, what is this all about? All of us are clear what it's about. You know, if there really was a very serious conversation just about us making sure that we were experiencing some savings, yes, we could do that, right? But this is an unserious, and you know what it's about? It's about these billionaires making sure that they line their pockets, that they have the funding they need for their tax cuts. That's exactly what this is about. This is not about savings. You know what? This president promised us that he was going to care about bringing down the cost of groceries. He promised us that he was going to care about bringing down the cost of gas or health care or housing. Have you heard those things said yet? No! This is about his co-president, Elon Musk, and the billionaire boys and the way that they can expand their fortunes. That's what this is about. But let me tell you a couple of things. First of all, you know, we're going to stand tall, and we're going to win. And you know why? Because the moral arc of the universe is long, but what did they say? It bends toward justice. And in the words of, there's a woman, the baddest woman to have ever walked the streets of Maryland, Harriet Tubman, who told us very clearly what we should do in this moment. She said we must never stop. And you know what? It may be a long road, but I will be with you for every moment of it. Every moment of it. And she said, you know what? If you hear the dogs barking, keep going. If you see a torch in the woods, keep going. No matter what, you must keep going. If you ever want a taste of freedom, she said, you have to keep going. Let's keep going. Keep holding on. God is with us.
Bless you. Bless you. Okay, brothers and sisters, at this time, I'd like to bring to the stage Representative Linda Sanchez. Where'd you come, please? All right. Give our haters a call.
Thank you so much. Brothers and sisters, good afternoon. I'm Congresswoman Linda Sanchez from the great state of California, and even my thin California blood could not keep me from coming outside today to stand in solidarity with my brothers and sisters. Before I ran from Congress, I worked for the IBEW, and as a proud union member, I'll be damned if I'm going to let anybody step on my brothers and sisters. I am here to fight for you in Congress. Federal workers are the backbone of this country, and a couple of billionaires don't get to decide whether or not you have a job tomorrow. Let's be perfectly clear. President Trump and Elon Musk are breaking the law. It is that simple. They don't have the right to shut down agencies that were created by Congress or fire civil servants and replace them with Trump loyalists. I can tell you I've dealt with a lot of bullies in my life like President Trump and Elon Musk. They were born with silver spoons in their mouths, and they act like they own everything, including people. But just because they grew up spoiled and entitled doesn't mean that they are entitled to destroy our government or our democracy. They're not entitled to destroy the lives of federal workers and the millions of Americans who depend on you each and every day. The travelers at LAX who rely on TSA agents to keep the flights safe. The veterans who put their lives on the line and depend on the VA to get the benefits that they deserve. Parents who want to know that their kids' schools are properly funded and that their family's food is safe to eat. And our seniors who rely on Social Security checks showing up on time. Without federal workers, this country grinds to a halt. Sadly, that's exactly what these billionaire bros want to do. They want to create more chaos. Let's look at what they've already done. They've tried to bully workers off the job with illegal offers to quit. They've ignored signed contracts, and they've tried to bust unions. All the while so they can get richer off the lives of ordinary Americans who get poorer. The courts may be stepping in to block some of this nonsense, but we need to do more to protect our federal workers. Democrats are standing with you and using every tool at our disposal to fight back. And we won't stop until Elon Musk and his Doge cronies are kicked out of every federal agency. But it's not enough for just Democrats to be in the fight. It's time to find the few Republicans who claim to care about the rule of law to finally stand up to President Trump and Elon Musk. It's time to push back on the bullies. Are you guys ready to fight? All right, LFG, let's have it go!
Okay, brothers and sisters, we're going to continue to move here. Representative Van Hoy is here with us, and she's from Oregon, 4th District, but along with her is Representative Bobby Scott from VA, 3rd District. So let's give them a hand as they come. Thank you so much.
Oh,
thank you.
Hi, I'm Val Hoyle, proud second-generation American, third-generation union member, and my son continuing the tradition as a Teamster. So I'm here just to say thank you. Thank you for showing up every day in spite of the intimidation, in spite of the push to make you not show up. What you're doing is important. Thank you for standing up in the face of what they think will make you back down. And thank you for speaking up because your voice matters. They want you to think that you're alone. They want us to feel paralyzed. They want us to feel disheartened. But you are not alone because you're part of the mighty House of Labor. And the whole House of Labor is with you, along with the Labor Caucus and the Democrats over in that building, and we won't stop fighting for you. And with that, I am so proud to introduce my colleague, the ranking member of the House Education and Labor Committee, Bobby Scott.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Bobby Scott, as you indicated, ranking member of the Education and it's now Workforce, but next year will be the Education and Labor Committee. And I'm also the chief sponsor of the Protect the Right to Organize, the PRO Act. And we're here today to save civil service because we need to save civil service for our country. Now, civil service is providing expert service by people who know what they're doing, not by political hacks that want to replace you. And we need to make sure that we're focused on the right things. It's already been pointed out, this administration is causing so much chaos and confusion that people have not noticed that the cost of eggs has gone up since the election. So don't forget that. Civil service has been around for about 150 years. We allow on your effective service to provide service to Americans, and we need you to continue that good work. Now, we need to make sure that we save civil service. We are winning in the courts.
Yes.
We're winning in the court of public opinion.
Yes.
And if you send us 3 Republican members of the House, we'll win in the House of Representatives.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, I need to pause, if you will. I need a shout out to all of the other sister and brother unions out here. Okay? I know we have ASME out here. I have PET. CWA. CWA. Okay, USW. All right, a little more. Okay? NTU, go read hard. All right, and this is out here. Okay, we appreciate the brothers and sisters from our sister union. Thank you so much. But I also want to remind everybody, because of the tightness of time, we're on our lunch breaks. We need to make sure everybody stays to the 2 minutes, okay? So, now this is a good problem to have because we have so many representatives out here that want to come and speak to you, okay? But at this time, we have Representative Donald Norcroft, who is the co-chair of the Congressional Labor Caucus, along with him, Maxine Dexter of Oregon. So would you please come? Thank you.
All right, how we doing? Let me diverge, give you some happy news. The Eagles won the Super Bowl! Gabbard! All right. Well, listen, on behalf of the Labor Caucus, we want to say we are with you. We have Liz Schuler out there from the AFL. All working people are with you.
Yeah.
So 10 years ago, from last month, I was a construction worker. I'm an electrician by trade. I work for the IBEW.
Yeah.
So why does that matter? Atlantic City, we had a guy called Donald Trump. We fought with him for 10 years. I can tell you, you can't make ugly pretty. And I'll tell you, I'm from Jersey, so I look at it a little differently. I say, fuck Trump!
I'm a doctor from Oregon and a proud former UFCW member where I got my start. I am proud to be part of this labor family and so grateful for the strong position you all are taking, holding the line, protecting working families. I've been told I have 30 seconds, so I am going to tell you that we do have to. I don't swear in public very well, but we have to fuck Trump. Please don't tell my children that I just did that. And then we're going to pass, probably not, but I have got the Stop Musk Act, which is my first bill. I introduced it last week because we have to protect federal employees from retaliation for preventing, resisting, and circumventing Elon Musk's unlawful actions. So I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to stand with my union brothers and sisters every step of the way. We're going to fight for public servants, and we're going to get the majority in 26. Thank you all.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. All right. All right. All right. She said, "Fork Trump." I said, "Fork." F-O-R-K. Let me hear you say F-O-R-K.
around and find out.
Come on, Eric. I'm kind of like the sister. I have a problem swearing too, right? But, I can say fork. But listen, we're so honored today to have Reverend Dr. William Barber, co-chair of the Poor People Campaign and founder of More Mothers in His Home State, my friend, my brother, Dr. Barber.
Damn right. Damn right. That's a biblical word. Now I want to talk to y'all. They are afraid of you. Trump and Musk and the oligarchs they work for, they are scared of your power. But they are betting that you will be afraid of them. So afraid that you will accept a buyout or comply in advance with their assertion of absolute power. But we know a president is not a king unless we bow. A dictator is not a dictator unless we bow. Our knees, your knees are not made for bowing to power-drunk neo-fascists. We bow only to God. To everybody else we stand and speak truth to power. We stand tall. When they attack workers, we stand tall because whenever wannabe dictators have tried to take over throughout history, they always start with workers. Hear me now. They always start with government workers who are committed to a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And they know as long as workers stay together and fight, haters can't win. This is why workers are not bowing down. Bowing down is not in our DNA. Touch your neighbor and say, neighbor, my knees don't bow like that. They're fighting so hard because they're scared. They're doing executive orders because they know they can't get it through the Congress. Stand for truth. Now, workers can do this. We can protest. We can put together lawsuits. We can sit in. We can pray in. If they arrest us, so be it. Because we love justice, we can go to the DOJ office and have an SITIN. And if you workers can't do it, then preachers ought to lead it. Because if a preacher ain't with the workers, he ain't one for, well, you know what I'm saying. Stand! Because somewhere I read, we got the right to free speech, and the right to assemble, and the right to protest. Stand! Because I read life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is what we fight for. Stand! Until we let justice roll down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. Stand! Stand! Because if you hunger and thirst after righteousness, you shall be filled. Here's my last word. Hook up with your neighbor. Hook up with your neighbor. As a neighbor, you can't bow. I can't bow. This ain't the time to bow. This is the time to stand. To stand. To stand. To stand. To stand.
Representative Mark Pocan, who is the co-chair of the Congressional Labor Caucus, along with him Representative Sarah Elfrett, here from Maryland. Let him come to the stage. Good to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the...
Hey, I just want to correct what a couple of my colleagues said. They used that word in front of Donald Trump's name. What they meant to say, fuck Donald Trump and Elon Musk. There's two of them, right? I mean, after all, Elon Musk spent $277 million to buy Donald Trump's ass and put it in the White House, right? So the two words you should be hearing from your federal government are thank you. Thank you to all the federal workers who do so much for the people who live in my district each and every single day. And instead, they're going around attacking you and the services that you're providing and the help that means for people across the country. And all of these attacks are coming right out of Project 2025. An unelected billionaire like Elon Musk has been bulldozing through the federal workforce, demanding the firing of hundreds of thousands of employees, and your only fireable offense is trying to serve the American people. Last week, my office got over 4,000 constituent calls about what's happening right now here in Washington. And people are angry, and they're frightened, and they want to make sure that the services they get that you are helping provide from the federal government still happen. But this is all about the Republicans' Holy Grail. And that Holy Grail is a tax break for the wealthiest in this country. It's a tax break for Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and anyone who belongs to Mar-a-Lago. That's why they're attacking you all as federal workers. That's why they're looking at cutting up to 2,600 lines across the federal budget. That's why they're putting untargeted tariffs on goods to look good on paper, like they're raising money all to pay for their tax cuts. Well, I have two more words for Donald Trump. Hell no. Look, last week, I introduced a bill called the Looting of Our Nation by Mitigating Unethical State Kleptocracy Act. If you want a little help, that's called the Elon Musk Act. And Elon Musk right now has had $20 billion of federal contracts while he's going around and turning on and off the levers of federal spending. Well, members of Congress can't have a federal contract. Federal employees can't have a federal contract. Elon Musk shouldn't have a federal contract, and we're going to take those away. So I just want to say thank you for all you do. Thank you for being out here today. We have your back. America has your back. And we're going to get this done. And Elon Musk, two more words. You're fired.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Elford, and I'm proud to serve the 3rd Congressional District of the great state of Maryland. And I am here on behalf of 44,000 federal employees who call the 3rd District home. I am here as a proud member of the Labor Caucus, and I am here as the proud daughter of 2 civil servants who might be watching at home, and so I am not going to cuss this morning. But I'm here to just share 3 quick things. Thank you. Thank you for your years, your decades, your careers worth of service to this nation, and I am sorry you are not hearing that from the White House. But House Democrats and Senate Democrats have your back. We are grateful for you. We are with you. We are sponsoring and co-sponsoring so many bills, but we cannot move those bills unless 3 of our colleagues come along with us. And so my last message to you is we need you. We need you to show up like this. We need you to show up in the halls of Congress. We need you to show up in district offices across this country. Because I've gotten thousands of phone calls from my constituents, but you know what? Not all my House Republican colleagues have. And so we need you. We need you to show up with your power, with your grace, with your dignity. We need you to show up and say that you do not sign a loyalty oath to a president. You serve the American people and the Constitution. So thank you for being here, and please do not give up this fight.
Okay. Listen, we are so honored today to have with us Senator Chris Van Hollen. You know, we need to welcome him back. Okay, he's been with us. He's been a friend. And along with him, we have our senator from Hawaii, Senator Brian Schatz. So let's bring him to the stage right now. Thank you, sir. All right.
Thank you. Are there any Marylanders in the house? Thank all of you from Maryland and people who work for America Americans in every part of this country. Thank you to the patriotic Americans who are gathered here and serve the American people every day. And thank you to AFG and NTU and all those who represent all of the working people in the federal government who work on behalf of the American people. Let's give it up for all of you. Now, I saw that fork in the road memo. How many of you saw that scam memo? Well, we are in a fork in the road in this country. One fork is to allow Elon Musk to continue his illegal raid on federal agencies. Are we going to take that path? The other fork in the road is to shut down the Elon Musk illegal operation. Are we going to take that fork? So here's where we are.
All right.
Federal employees serve our veterans, people who served our country here at home and around the world, in veterans hospitals. Federal employees help deliver Social Security checks that American people earned. That's why we were just yesterday, some of us at the Social Security Administration in Baltimore, saying, Elon Musk, keep your hands off our Social Security. And that's also why many of us were at the Treasury Department a few days ago as Elon Musk and his cronies were rummaging through all of your personal sensitive information to say, Elon Musk, keep your hands off of our personal information. Now we need to make something very clear. This has nothing to do with making the government more efficient.
No.
This is the most corrupt bargain in American history. Elon Musk spends over $280 million to elect Donald Trump, and Donald Trump hands Elon Musk the keys to federal agencies. Are we going to take those keys back? So if you wanted to make the government more efficient, and all of you know this, you don't start by firing the inspector generals, do you? Because the inspector generals are there to try to find waste and fraud and abuse, right? So if you wanted to undertake a corrupt enterprise, the first thing you do is get rid of the inspector generals. That's what they're doing. What's your step two? Your step two is to replace merit-based civil servants with political cronies. That's what Schedule F is all about. It may sound innocuous, it may sound like it doesn't mean much, but this is part two of their effort to install political cronies who are getting hired based on who they know, not all of you, the merit-based federal workers who get hired based on their experience and their knowledge and what they know. So we cannot allow this corrupt bargain to continue. We need to shut it down because at the end of the day, it is all about Elon Musk taking over the levers of government so he and Donald Trump can serve the billionaires of America and not the people of America. And serve those billionaires at the expense of everybody else in America. So we cannot let this happen. We are fighting it in the courts. We're fighting it in Congress, and we are fighting it all over this country. Thank you for being here. We're at a fork in the road, and we need to take the fork that says, shut down the Elon Musk illegal operation. Thank all of you for being here. And now, a good brother, a co-fighter in this effort, our friend Brian Schatz, Senator from Hawaii.
I have to say, I've been to this rally a number of years in a row, and this is maybe 4 or 5 times as big as it has ever been. We are all... And there's a recognition, not just AFGE, but everyone in the labor movement, everybody who cares about public service, who cares about the American system of government, is saying enough is enough, and an injury to one is an injury to all. Now, I just have one simple point. Reverend Barber made it, but it is worth repeating, they are counting on this sense of inevitability, of being all-powerful, of they can wave away laws that they find inconvenient to them. They are counting on all of us in the legislative branch, in the judicial branch, and out on the streets just giving up. But we cannot give up. And one of the things I just want to say to you, and I know how hard it is, everybody understands we've got family members, we've got friends, we've got coworkers in the federal system who are terrified about what's happening. That's right. If you are able, stand up. If you are able, I want you to decline to enforce an illegal instruction. If you are able and the facts support the case, sign up in one of those whistleblower portals that the United States Senate Democrats have put up. We are not powerless. We are out of power, but we are not powerless. And it may not be right away, but we're going to win this damn thing.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, sir. I'm great. Always good to see you. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. All right. Listen, I need to start this over because I need to recognize all of the unions out here today. Okay? First of all, AFA, flight attendants. Ask me. All of us, AFL-CIO, APWU, Blue-Green Alliance, CLUW, CWA, IBEW, ILPTE, IUPAT, Job for Justice, Machinists, SEIU, more Machinists, NASI, NNU, NTEU, Union of Concerned Scientists, Unite Here, USW, all right, LVEC, all right, thank you all for showing up. Now, somebody said an AFGE. Oh, I love that sound, all right? Okay, listen, now we are going to hear from Elisa McBride, who is representing Lee Summers and the Ashman machine, the green machine. Also, along with her is going to be NTU President Doreen Greenwald, ILPET, Matt Briggs, and NIFTY President Randy Irwin, my friend. All right? Thank you. All right.
Union family, let me hear if you are ready to take a stand for our community, for our workers, for our country. I am representing 1.4 million proud AFSCME members, including thousands of federal workers. We're the Department of Justice, we're USDA, we're FAA, we're Library of Congress, and across this country, our communities rely on union members in the public service, starting with federal workers. And together, we make sure our neighbors have unemployment insurance and food assistance and health care and Social Security, and we are here to stand up for those services. Because if Elon Musk and the billionaires get their way, more Americans are going to get sick. They're going to sink into poverty. Their highways and bridges are going to crumble, and more workers will be in harm's way because federal workers prevent death and disease and disaster. It's your work that keeps our community strong, and that's why we have a message. When you mess with any of us, you mess with all of us. So we have got to get organized. We have got to ask people to join us in our labor movement. The only force that can stand against these 12 21st century robber barons. We've got to tell our elected officials, especially the Republicans, about the impact of what we do. And we have got to stick together. Because when you mess with any of us, you mess with all of us.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, brother. All right.
Hey, AFG in the house. So IFPTE is in the house too. There we go. Hey, brothers and sisters, I'll be real quick. I think we have 30 seconds. But I'll tell you, Musk and Trump, they're despicable human beings. They're shameful. They're disrespectful. They're assholes. All of the above. But you know what? You know what's worse? What's worse is a Congress that's run by the Republicans. They run this whole damn thing here, all of them, and they're doing nothing. They're letting these 2 billionaires take over our democracy and run a coup on us. We're not going to allow it. We're not going to allow it. Stand up, fight back.
Hey, everybody. I'm Randy Irwin with Neffy. Proud to be standing here with AFGE and all the other unions, machinists, ASME, NTU, IFPTE, you name it. Thank you all for being here. The energy is incredible. We got an important job to do, setting the record straight. People do not understand the incredible work that federal employees do every single day in this country. Are you going to let these people lie about the work you do? Are you going to let these jerks kill this workforce that does so much? We can't allow that. So get up there and set the record straight. Tell them how you care for veterans. Tell them how the military gets things done because of the work done here. Okay? Thank you very much. Thanks for all you do every day. Appreciate it.
All right.
Hello, I'm Doreen Greenwald. I'm the president of National Treasury Employees Union. We are here in solidarity with AFGE and all the other unions here. When federal employees are under attack, that is a warning sign for the country. Because you work hard for the American people. Do not let them lie about you. We must come together, and not just the unions, but every family and friend that we have that knows the important work that you do. The American people rely on us. They want us to stand up for them, and that means getting to work. Standing here today is the start. It is not the finish. We must stand up, and not just at rallies. Get on the phones. Get your family members on the phones. Get your neighbors on the phones. If they aren't answering, if they're not hearing from us, we're not doing our jobs. In America, we do our jobs. So I'm with you. Let us all stand together in solidarity and fight for the country we believe in, the country we took an oath to. And let's do our jobs and make sure those who aren't listening pay real close attention, because we have a message for them. If you don't stand with the workers of America, you're going to be ousted. Let's go!
Okay, brothers and sisters, listen, we're trying to get things done here, but now I'm so honored to introduce Representative Jan Tokowski of Illinois 9th District, along with her Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan and Representative Barbara Boyle, Brandon Boyle, and Mike Sherrill of New Jersey. Okay, all right, thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, my brothers and sisters, I am so happy to be with you. I'm not only a member of Congress, but more importantly today, I have my union, Workers United. I have to put them on the list here. That's me. You know, I've heard a lot of things said about Donald Trump and Musk, but I want to tell you,
We can win. We can win. You know, you have done all the work. He has lied and taken advantage of every person in this country except for the wealthiest people in the world. We are going to be fighting all the way, and I want to tell you, I am so proud and happy. I'm going to be at every single one of these demonstrations with you, with every group that's fighting, and we can do this. I want to tell you, you are the ones that make the government work. You are the government. You are the people make things happen. And we are going to win if we have our faith, if we have our strength, and we are going to beat. I was going to say fuck, but no, I'm not going to say that. No, we are going to beat, and we're going to pull him down. So brothers and sisters, let's just stay brave, strong, and we are going to win.
All right. Listen, I'm Jennifer McClellan. I represent Virginia's 4th District. Virginia, the Commonwealth is home to 140,000 civilian employees, and I am here to say I've got your back. I am here to say thank you, and I'm going to leave somebody out, but I don't want to be here all day. I want to thank you for keeping our airlines safe. I want to thank you for taking care of our veterans. I want to thank you for taking care of cancer patients. I want to thank you for protecting our streets. I want to thank you for everything you do every single day. But I got a bone to pick. We've been calling out Donald Trump. We've been calling out Elon Musk. And granted, I've only been here for about 20 minutes, but we haven't called out the architect of this whole mess, Russell Vought, who said he wanted to put you in trauma, who said he wanted you to be the villain, who said that he wanted you to wake up and not want to go to work. Well, I have news for Russell Vought. We are going to work, whether you like it or not, because we took an oath to the Constitution of the United States. We did not take an oath to Donald Trump or you. And we are not going to let you take over our government by putting your minions in place who will roll over and do whatever Donald Trump says. We serve the American people. Do not quit, and we will quit on you. Thank you.
I'm Brendan Boyle from Philadelphia. Is Philly in the house? And you know I'm bringing up that, yes, I'm from the home of the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. My good colleague and friend Mikey Sherrills from North Jersey. Right now she's regretting standing so close to me on the stage, but hey, look, I have to say, the great Super Bowl run was actually a welcome distraction for me and all of us in Philly from the sort of bullshit that's going on right now in the Trump administration. The richest guy in the world, worth over $400 billion, he realizes that he doesn't want regular working people turning on him, so he wants to make all of you the enemy. We are not going to let it happen. You are good, hardworking public servants doing the public's work, and we are here to defend you from that demagogue who wants to destroy you. So look, this energy, I can see it, it's real, it's heartfelt. We have gotten more calls the last couple weeks than we ever have before, and that's great. But we want to make sure that energy is directed to where it can be most effective in order to win. The people who have spoken to you on stage, Jan and Jennifer and Mikey and my other colleagues, we're with you 100%. So people calling my office, oh, they feel good after they're reassured. But you know what would be better? Call House Republicans whose votes we need to join with us to do the right thing. Here's the good news. Unlike 8 years ago, when the pro-labor majority was 47 seats down, we only need 2
House Republicans to join us to stop this madness. Just 2 out of 218. You know, election time in my area and other areas, when you hear certain Republican members on TV talking about, you know, I'm very bipartisan. I'm not anti-labor. I love labor. Some of my best friends are union members. Here's a chance for them to show it. Stand up for the men and women who are working for this country. Stand up for all of you. Thank you and God bless you.
Hey guys, I am Mikey Sherrill. I am from the great state of New Jersey. I am also the proud granddaughter of a union member and a World War II veteran, and I am a veteran of the United States Navy. So I love all my brothers and sisters in labor, but I kind of like the blue and gold. And I am here standing up for the 22,000 federal workers in New Jersey who do everything from provide Social Security checks to help us get our checks to veterans. And I gotta tell you, as a World War II veteran and a UAW member, my grandpa would be rolling over in his grave right now at what is going on in this country. And you know what he would say? He'd say, fight back. Fight back. Fight back. Fight back. And that's what we are going to do. That's why we're here today. And we are not going to stop until we win, until we're successful. So thank you all for coming out today and making sure that our voices are heard, because we are stronger when we unite and when we bring the fight to the people and make sure we are here having our voices heard. So thank you all, guys. One more time. Fight back. Fight back. Fight back. Thank you.
All right. Listen, I failed to recognize our Union Veteran Council. Will Attic, I don't know if Will's still here or not. Okay, but listen, give them a round of applause. All right. All represent all of our veterans, okay? But now, brothers and sisters, I am so elated to introduce this sister, the president, my president, your president, of the amazing AFL-CIO, my sister, Liz Schuler. All right.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Are there any workers in the house? I am so honored to be here, and thank you so much, President Kelly. And I'm so honored to be here with our union leaders, our allies, our community, all standing up together. You are a federal worker if you're out there. Any federal workers out there? Okay. You have been standing strong, not just these past 3 weeks, but I want you to know, you have 15 million working people standing up here with me right now, the AFL-CIO, standing strong with you from 63 different unions. And I just have to say, you hear a lot about Elon Musk. We've heard his name a lot, right? He's talking about efficiency and waste and fraud. And is it waste and fraud to make sure your Social Security check comes in on time? Is it the workers who spend their days and nights and weekends protecting us on our streets, our parks, our airports? That are the problem? I didn't think so. Is it the nurses taking care of our veterans when they come home from their third tour that are the problem? Now, I just would say, if you're a Democrat, if you're a Republican, if you're an independent, I don't care. If you're a dogless cat lady, or whatever, childless cat lady, like myself, you can agree. The real waste and fraud and abuse is the billions of dollars in handouts that we give people like Elon Musk. And the tax breaks that we give to the wealthiest corporations in America. The real waste and fraud is the $2 trillion
that Donald Trump gave in tax cuts in 2017 to people who did not need them, that the working class paid for and are still paying for, and they're going to try to do it again. But we're not going to let that happen, because we are standing up right here, right now, because our federal workers matter, and the work they do matters. And they are not, I repeat, not going to take the power away from the working people in this country. And I could not be more proud as I look across this crowd at all of us standing together and standing strong. They try to make us resign, we show up right back to work. They try to distract us, we keep serving our communities. They send unelected billionaires to make decisions about our lives, our jobs, our communities. We fight right back. So we're going to do what the labor movement does best, aren't we? Yeah. We're going to mobilize. We're going to rise up. We're going to fight. Are you ready? Let's go to work. Thank you.
All right. Listen, y'all feel all right? Okay, now I am honored today to have with us my sister Melanie Campbell, who is president and CEO of the National Coalition of Black Civic Participation. My sister Melanie Campbell. All right.
Repeat after me. Will we fight? Will we fight? Will we fight? Thank you, AFG. Give yourself, touch your neighbor.
All right.
Touch your neighbor. Say, neighbor, we're not going to be erased. Neighbor, we're not going back. The federal government belongs to the American people. You are the American people. We are the American people. We're going to tell Congress, those Republicans in Congress, to do their jobs. Or we will fire you in 2026. So we're going to fire you. You fired up and ready to go? I know I won't go my 30 seconds. But I know that the God I serve, he's not pleased. He's not missing any of this. My brother say, I am my brother's keeper. So I'm going to say that. I am my brother's keeper. I am my sister's keeper. We are the American people, and we are going to fight back, send those suckers back home in 2026. Peace and power.
Hey, all right. We're moving along. Okay, now we have Representative Maxwell Frost. We look to the future of labor. For those who stand up for labor, Congressman Maxwell Frost of Florida, 10th District, please come. All right, brother. Appreciate it.
When I say union, you say power. Union. Union. What's disgusting? What's disgusting? What's disgusting? How are we feeling today, everybody? Well, I'm so proud to be here. I'm Congressman Maxwell Frost from the great and beautiful state of Florida. I'm also proud to be the youngest member of the United States Congress, which means I got time. Listen, many of y'all have seen over the past week that we've been pulling up to these federal buildings. We've been pulling up saying, you can't touch these federal civil servants who have been fighting for our constituents. I want to tell some of my Republican colleagues, if you hate these federal bureaucrats and civil servants so much, when your constituents reach out to your office and need help with the Social Security Administration, when you need help with USCIS, when you need help with the IRS, don't call them. Don't call the agency. Try to handle it by yourself. You'll get nowhere without our federal workers. All right, you'll get nowhere. I also also challenge my colleagues on something else. For so long, they've come out and they're attacking telework.
Yeah.
I tell them, have you ever taken an interview in your car? Have you ever done an interview at home?
Go ahead.
I had a poster board full of screenshots of people doing telework.
Yeah.
So they believe in rules for thee, but not for me.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Bullshit. That is why we're here to fight.
Yeah.
Because let me tell y'all something. This is how special the work you do is. When we fight with and for you, we're actually fighting with and for America. We're fighting with and for this country. We can't allow this unelected billionaire to come in and to eviscerate the things we fought so hard to get. This isn't about protecting the system, it's about protecting the programs. It's about protecting the people who make this government work. So I just want to thank you all so much for the work you've done on behalf of my constituents in Florida's 10th Congressional District, because I know that we can't operate without you. So thank you all, and what's disgusting? Union! Power! Union! 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 God bless you all. Thank you so much.
All right. Listen, I need to give a shout out to IATSE, the union that's providing our stage production today. Give them a round of applause. Okay, next up is our brother, Kendrick Robertson, that joined FG leadership at the last national convention. Let's welcome him, our MVP of Women's Health Practices, Brother Kendrick Robertson. All right.
Who are we? Who are we? My name is Dr. Kenny Robertson, and I am the National Vice President of AFGE, the union that continues to hold the line for America. This administration maintains that they're going to boost efficiency, but they are doing the most inefficient things imaginable. And I'm not just saying that quite literally. The most inefficient thing you could possibly do is take American taxpayer dollars and pay people not to work. That's what that fork in the road email is. And AFGE is in the courts right now telling this administration and Elon Musk to get the fork up out of here. Right? We as the American people must stop this. But before we can have a revolution, we must have a revelation. And that means the people must be educated on what it is that we do. And the intentional miseducation of the American public about the services that the government provides is how we got this administration in the first place. Many have been kept in the dark so long that they are mistaking candlelight for sunlight. And they keep getting drawn in closer like moths to a flame, not realizing they are about to get burned. But let me tell you right now, we didn't show up in force like this just to stay here. We showed up here to fight back. We showed up here to fight back. And though it is true that we stand on the shoulders of giants, I'm telling you right now, in this moment, it is our obligation to become giants too. When people look back at this moment in history, they will not remember us as victims, they will remember us as victorious. They will not remember us as casualties, they will remember us as the cause for humanity. And when your grandkids ask, where were you when billionaires and oligarchs tried to take America, you will say, we were right here in the Capitol, taking it back inch by inch, brick by brick. They'll say that even though they might have tried, they could not triumph over us. We must be strong. We must be resilient. We must flex our people power. Let me hear you say power. Say power. Say power. Say power. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. We are fighting back. We are holding the line. And I thank you for everything that you do. Let's get it.
Thank you, brother. All right. Okay. All right. Listen, we are very honored today, and we're pleased to be joined by Congresswoman Yvette Clarke of New York's 9th District, Chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus. Please join us. All right. Thank you. All right. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke, and I proudly represent New York's 9th Congressional District, which is located in central and southwest Brooklyn. I also serve as the proud chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus. And I'm here today to say that we stand with you. Thank you to President Kelly, my colleagues, and our friends leading this critical movement in this moment, and all others gathered with us on this cold February day. It is great to be here with you all, though I wish it were not under these circumstances, such dire circumstances. We all know why we're here. We all know that Donald Trump and Elon Musk and their army of fools and followers are waging a war against the American people and the federal workforce. Their actions are as deliberate as they are despicable. And they will not rest. They will not sleep. They will not back down an inch until they've broken every law, every institution necessary to line their pockets. So let's be clear. The authoritarian creeps that are proliferating the White House are only fighting to make America weaker. They don't give a single damn about the people they hurt along the way. Don't fall for their propaganda about government efficiency. Don't let your families, friends, neighbors fall for it either. Not a single step this administration has taken has made our government more efficient. They've only made it worse. They will come to make it worse and make it less able to meet the needs of the American people until the government is no longer capable of helping the American people at all. Only the wealthy and the powerful. But remember this. Whenever the dark forces of oppression and repression rise, it is the people who will make it fall. You will make them fall. You are America's finest physicians, most decorated veterans. You are the agents of TSA and officers of the law. You who are the researchers and scientists who send Americans into space, and the civil servants who send Americans their Social Security. You who are the members of the American Federation of Government Employees. No billionaire. No teenager. No tech bro. No unhinged, uncaring, unthinking thug in this administration can erase the rights you fought and battled and bled for. They will not erase you. They will not erase you. They will not erase us either. So to each and every one who is standing out here today, I want you to know that Brooklyn stands with you. That New York stands with you. That across this nation we are here for you, with you, and we're going to win this battle. The victory is yours. Thank you. Absolutely, my brother.
Good to see you again. All right.
That's right. Brooklyn's always in the house.
All right, brothers and sisters. Now, I shouted out my brother earlier, but I want to give him an opportunity to come around and say a word. Brother Will Addick, who lead our Veteran Labor Council. How many veterans in this audience today? All right, Brother Will.
Right here, sir. Right here.
All right. God bless you, brother. All right.
How y'all doing? Are we fired up? My name's Will Addick. I'm the Executive Director of the Union Veterans Council and a proud combat infantry veteran. We have over 1 million veterans that work in the federal workforce that Elon Musk is calling lazy, calling bums, and trying to fire them. I want to say something. We saw how many veterans put their hands up, right? I want to say thank you for your service, right? And we're here, thank you for our service a lot. But you don't have to wear a fucking uniform to fight for our democracy. We're doing it right now. I want to say thank every single one of you for your service to our democracy, because it's under attack. And when it's under attack, we got to fight back. And our veterans are going to lead the way. AMT's going to lead the way. With the union power, we're going to fight for our country and every single American worker. Thank you so much.
All right. Hey, God, you know what? I feel pretty good. I feel like, matter of fact, I feel like we're going to do this. What do you say? The reason I feel like that because I know the blood that runs through AFGE. What we gonna do? We gonna stand up and fight back. Let me hear you say stand up, fight back. We're in it to win it. All right, oh boy, I tell you. Okay, listen, we have one more. The DC Labor Force is here. Okay. And they're going to close us out. My God, good to see you. All right, okay.
Good to see you, Brother Kevin.
All right, yeah, all right.
Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. The preamble of the Constitution says, say it with me, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union. What? Union. What? Union. They said union. They didn't say association. They didn't say organization. They said union. And the billionaires try to divide us by our color. They divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women. They divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung, that the union makes us strong. Say it with us. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Which side are you on?
All right.
Okay, we're going to start with the chorus. Let's hear it.
You all know this, sing it.
Yeah. Which side are you on? 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 Come all of you good workers, good news to you I tell, of how the good old union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? We'll fight against Doge. We'll fight Elon Musk. No, we let's get within our walls. We'll fight from dawn to dusk. Oh, which side are you on? 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 Trump's coming for our unions. He wants us all to fail. He wants us to bow to him, but we want him in jail. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in the capital city there are no neutrals found. You're either with the union or a scabby Musk bloodhound. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't take that government buyout. Don't listen to Trump's lies. Us workers haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't do it.
Now y'all see that God is with us, right? Look, I saw one snowflake just now. How many know he'll save us every single time? And listen, we're going to stand together, right? We're going to stand up and we're going to fight. Let me hear a song. Let me hear a song. All right, everybody. everybody just think about this. We are here to stand for America, okay? Between Elon Musk, Trump, stand our democracy. And we're going to be the one that deliver democracy back to the people. Thank you, LTE. I love you. Stand up for your rights. Stand up and fight. I want to thank all of the districts that brought buses in, all of the local that brought the buses in. I want to thank you. I know District 3, District 4, I appreciate you. Let's go.
Good morning. The chaos and the corruption at the White House continues unabated. Elon Musk has illegal access to sensitive personal information of every taxpayer in America. He's setting
The Senate will come to order.
Madam President.
The Senator from Oregon.
Madam President, today I'll be speaking about the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to be Director of National Intelligence and my reasons for opposing her confirmation. First, I believe the Senate must consider with its nomination the examples of blatant lawlessness of the administration. At every turn, Donald Trump is attacking the rule of law, disregarding the constitutional role of the Congress, and trying to purge the civil servants who defend our country every day. Meanwhile, Elon Musk's minions are gaining access to some of the government's most sensitive systems and records. American democracy and national security are at stake. If the Senate is going to confirm nominees, we need to know whether they will stand up for democratic principles no matter what. So at our hearing, I asked Ms. Gabbard what she would do if Donald Trump tried to illegally withhold funds from the Intelligence Community Inspector General. This was hardly a hypothetical question. Donald Trump has in fact sought to unilaterally cut off funding for a broad range of organizations despite the money having been appropriated by Congress. And it's not just me saying this is illegal. The courts have ordered the administration to cut it out and resume the funding. But when I asked Ms. Gabbard the question, she said, and I quote, "I don't believe for a second President Trump would ask me to do something that would break the law." Well, he is breaking the law, and the country needs leaders who acknowledge that fact and stand up to him. My concerns about Ms. Gabbard are also based on her recent turn towards extreme partisanship. Now, other partisans have been confirmed to leadership positions in intelligence agencies. George Herbert Walker Bush was the head of the Republican National Committee, and he was successful enough as Director of Central Intelligence that they literally named the headquarters after him. Party affiliation is not the issue. The problem is when partisanship distorts one's views of intelligence matters. Ms. Gabbard has written about a coup being perpetrated by the so-called deep state that includes, among others, the DNC and also the FBI, the CIA, and I quote, "a whole network of rogue intelligence and law enforcement agencies." Madam President, I've spent almost a quarter century as a member of the Intelligence Committee seeking to bring to light and stop government abuses across a range of programs and activities. These conspiracy theories do not help the partisan reform movement. They only serve to encourage a president who wants to tear down the entire intelligence community and replace it with loyalists. So what happens next, Madam President? If Ms. Gabbard is confirmed, my first order of business will be to hold her to the commitments she made during her confirmation process. With regard to surveillance policy, she expressed her support for a warrant requirement for U.S. person searches of communications collected under Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. With Section 702 reauthorization up next year, the DNI support reforms like these will be critical to protecting the privacy rights of Americans. Ms. Gabbard also confirmed that she has significant concerns about the constitutionality of several provisions of the Patriot Act. Importantly, she opposed mandated backdoors into encrypted communications would threaten both Americans' privacy and national security. As she stated during her hearing, these backdoors lead down a dangerous path that can undermine Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and civil liberties. We are living in a time of increasingly devastating cyber breaches, including the Salt Typhoon compromise of our telecommunications infrastructure. The lesson from that hack was that surveillance capabilities designed for law enforcement will be targeted by foreign intelligence services. In other words, there is simply no way for the government to mandate access to Americans' encrypted communications and not also expose those communications to the government of China or other adversaries. And let me mention something particularly alarming last week. The press reported the UK officials insisted that Apple provide them a backdoor into files backed up to Apple's iCloud service. This is a development, Madam President, that threatens Americans' national security and Americans' privacy. And that's even before U.S. government officials come around once again, asking for the very same dangerous and irresponsible accesses. That's why Ms. Gabbard's statement was so important, and why, if she's confirmed, the Congress needs to hold her and the rest of America's intelligence agencies to it. Now, during her confirmation process, Ms. Gabbard supported restrictions on the collection of communications records of America's journalists. She endorsed the Biden administration Justice Department policy prohibiting this collection except in very narrow circumstances. That was a policy, she said, and I quote, that was essential to protecting press freedoms and maintaining the critical balance between national security and upholding the First Amendment. She also called for making sure that policy was actually codified. So I asked Ms. Gabbard about the collections of communications records of congressional members and staff, as was detailed in a Department of Justice Inspector General report released late last year. She argued that the spying on Congress was a significant breach of the Constitution and separation of powers, and most importantly, she endorsed reforms to keep it from happening again. During this confirmation process, she also confirmed that the Government Accountability Office should audit the intelligence community to ensure that it's not targeting Americans outside of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. She also expressed support for the Public Interest Declassification Board, which has the task of promoting transparency. And finally, I asked Ms. Gabbard whether intelligence agency whistleblowers must have a clear path to the Senate Intelligence Committee and don't need permission from agencies to talk to the members. She responded that the answer was, quote, clearly yes. Given Donald Trump's ongoing attacks on public servants defending the rule of law, that protection of whistleblowers that we discussed may be one of the most important principles of all. Let me wrap up this way, Madam President. In just 3 short weeks since his inauguration, here is the checks and balances scoreboard on President Trump. He has illegally fired inspectors general. He has purged the 3 Democratic members of the Independent Privacy and Civil Liberties Board, not only removing the most pro-privacy members, but leaving the board without enough members to function. He has appointed or nominated people to carry out political retribution, including a nominee to be FBI director who comes with his own published enemies list. At the same time, Donald Trump has demonstrated thorough contempt for the security of Americans' private information by granting Elon Musk's people unsupervised access to the country's most sensitive security systems and databases. So what will happen when he attempts to steamroll oversight and the rule of law and put the privacy and constitutional rights of all Americans at risk and on the line? If she is confirmed, it will be up to Ms. Gabbard to stand up to him and stick to the principles and commitments that she's expressed and answered in response to my questions. It will be our responsibility to assure that she does just that. I yield the floor.
senator from Mississippi.
Madam President, I come to the floor to direct members' attention to a very important article on the front page of yesterday's Wall Street Journal, February 10, 2025, by Thomas Grove. The headline states, quote, "Be cruel, how Russia tortured Ukrainians." This is a most disturbing bit of news, and it demonstrates who we're dealing with in hoping somehow that there will be a negotiated settlement of Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion of a smaller neighbor that he thought was weaker, in violation of every international law dealing with this. The article begins by and I ask unanimous consent, Madam President, to insert into the congressional record at this point every word of this article by Mr. Grove.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. It starts out by saying that in the beginning of this war, which now has lasted almost 3 years, word came down from the leadership of Vladimir Putin's dictatorship in Russia to prisoners of war captured by the Russian soldiers, from Major General Igor Potapenko. Be cruel, don't pity the Ukrainian prisoners. Now, we all know that war is hell. There's no question about it. And we also are finding out that Russia has learned this. They thought it would be a 1 or 2 day excursion and that they'd be welcomed by pro-Russian Ukrainians as they rolled their tanks in. They found out very differently soon. And 3 years later, we've seen how the Ukrainians have fought and died for their own homeland. But also, once a combatant has been captured, there are very important international rules and regulations and a matter of international law which can be punished by life imprisonment, which can be punished by the death penalty, about treatment of prisoners of war. And this is what we are learning about what Major General Igor Potapenko told the Russian prison officials that they could do. There would be no restrictions against violence against these prisoners of war. The body cameras, mandatory elsewhere in Russia's system, would be gone. Guards would rotate, serving a month at a time in prisons before other teams took their place. Across the country, other units received similar instructions. We're not finding this out, by the way, from some international reporter that somehow got into the system and saw this. This is information given by former Russian prison guards who were so disturbed by these orders that they defected to the West. 3 Russian prison guards are telling the Wall Street Journal and Americans and anyone who would listen about the horrors. This resulted in nearly 3 years of relentless torture. Guards applied electric shocks to prisoners' genitals until the batteries ran out. I'm almost reluctant, Madam President, to speak these words in public. They beat prisoners to inflict maximum damage, experimenting to see what kind of material would be most painful. And then when there were medical problems, as they would surely be, medical treatment was withheld to allow gangrene to fester, forcing amputations. 3 former prison officials told this reporter how Russia planned and executed what United Nations investigators have described as a widespread and systematic torture. Their accounts were supported by official documents, interviews with Ukrainian prisoners, and a person who helped the prison officials defect. And thank God they were able to defect. This is also borne out, Madam President, by a former prisoner of war, Pavel Ivisov, taken prisoner in Mariupol early in the war, was among the first Ukrainian prisoners detained in Russia. For 2.5 years, this 25-year-old combatant, who was entitled to the protections afforded by the Geneva Convention, was instead moved from prison to prison before being released just last October. He said beatings were the worst when he was transferred. After arriving at a penitentiary in Russia's Tver region north of Moscow, he was led into a medical examination room and ordered to strip. Guards shocked him repeatedly with a stun gun while shaving his head and beard. When it was over, he was told to yell, "Glory to Russia, glory to the special forces," and then, still naked, he was ordered to sing the Russian and Soviet national anthems. When he said he didn't know the words, the guards beat him with fists and batons. This is hard to read, but what did the former guards say? Russian citizens who thankfully have been willing to defect and come forward and tell the truth about the vicious, brutal, illegal regime of Vladimir Putin. The former guards described staggering level of violence directed at Ukrainian prisoners. Electric shockers were used often, especially in showers. That officers complained about their running out of batteries too fast. Can't do this anymore because the batteries have gone dead. The guards used police batons until they broke. Officers tested other materials, including insulated hot water pipes, for their ability to cause pain and damage. This is Putin's Russia. This is the regime that some people are hoping we can somehow negotiate with in good faith and depend on them to keep up their end of the bargain. The guards intentionally beat the prisoners at the same spot on their body every day, preventing bruises from healing and causing infection. At least one person died of sepsis because of this type of brutality. And the guards enjoyed their brutality, according to these Russians, who were guards at the facility and who defected rather than countenance what their own government was doing. Ukrainian former POW Andrei Yegorov recalled how guards at a prison in Russia would force prisoners to run 100 yards through the hallway, holding mattresses above their heads. The guards stood to the side and beat them on the ribs as they ran by. When they got to the end of the hall, they would be forced to do sit-ups and push-ups, and each time they came up, the guards would punch them or hit them with a baton. And I would say to my colleagues, Madam President, this is not a bunch of prison guards gone rogue. This is a bunch of prison guards in Vladimir Putin's dictatorship and Vladimir Putin's illegal regime that were following orders from a high-ranking major general. Madam President, there are differences about the United States' interest in Ukraine, but I will tell you that the countries around Ukraine, in the neighborhood, know what they're facing, and they know that if Vladimir Putin succeeds in his illegal war to take over a neighbor, that will not be the end of it. And one can only listen to what we're hearing out of neighboring countries out of the Republic of Georgia, out of neighboring Armenia and Azerbaijan. Russia intends, and the war criminal, Vladimir Putin, intends to return to as much of the old Soviet Union dictatorship as he possibly can. I hope this war ends. And frankly, I've hoped for 3 years under the Biden administration that administration would provide the freedom fighters inside their own country to have the necessary equipment, the necessary ammunition, the necessary permission to defeat this illegal invasion. But I simply, at this point, want to alert anyone who's listening, alert my colleagues, anyone who is listening to the sound of my voice in any way, to the reality of the utter cruelty, the unspeakable conditions that Russia uses in violation of every international law. If Vladimir Putin comes to the negotiating table and agrees to a ceasefire, we need to bear in mind that he is the gentleman who has countenanced this outrage that I've barely been able to speak about today. And any negotiations we have with the Russians and with the current leadership needs to be done in light of the facts as outlined in this independent report. Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to oppose the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to be Director of National Intelligence. In its first few days in office, the Trump administration has been remarkably cavalier and incompetent in its handling of our national security affairs, shutting off foreign aid, threatening Panama, Greenland, and Canada, calling for the mass deportation of Palestinians from Gaza. And just last week, it was reported that the CIA sent an unclassified email listing all employees that it hired over the last 2 years in order to comply with an executive order from President Trump. One former agency officer called this a counterintelligence disaster. The President's choices to lead our national security agencies have also not inspired confidence. The Director of National Intelligence, or DNI, serves a critical role in leading the intelligence community and collecting analysis so that the President, Congress, and decision makers across the U.S. government have the best and most timely information for our national security. Indeed, the office was created after 9/11 to better coordinate analysis across the intelligence community. The position of DNI requires someone of great experience, character, judgment, and the confidence to speak truth to power, especially when the findings of the intelligence community differ from the policy objectives of the administration. While I respect Ms. Gabbard's military service, including overseas deployments, she does not have a demonstrated record of experience to qualify her to lead the intelligence community. As DNI, she would oversee 18 different organizations, tens of thousands of military and civilian personnel, an annual budget of more than $100 billion. She has never even served in an intelligence role, much less led a global intelligence enterprise. More concerning than Ms. Gabbard's lack of experience is her record of erratic statements and actions, many of which have run counter to the interests and findings of the intelligence community. In 2020, Ms. Gabbard and Congressman Matt Gaetz co-sponsored a resolution calling on the federal government to drop all charges against Edward Snowden. Snowden was a contractor who was indicted for espionage and for publicly releasing the details of some of our most sensitive intelligence efforts, including those that were conducted jointly with foreign allies and partners before Snowden fled to Russia. Former Deputy DNI Sue Gordon responded to Ms. Gabbard's defense of Snowden by saying, quote, "It reflects a lack of understanding of who we are, and it reflects a lack of respect for what we do. Unauthorized disclosures of intelligence are always bad. Don't go with the good or bad, any good outcome or whether he was right or wrong. He not only harmed intelligence, he harmed our allies and partners. And he harmed our businesses by what it allowed China to assume about that. There is nothing justifiable about what he's done. None." Let me be clear. Edward Snowden's betrayal has cost American lives. He is a traitor by every definition of the word. As the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Senator Cotton, has said in the past, Mr. Snowden is, quote, "an egotistical serial liar and traitor whose unauthorized disclosures of classified information have jeopardized the safety of Americans and allies around the world. Snowden's close and continual contact with Russian intelligence services speak volumes. He deserves to rot in jail for the rest of his life." Yet, during her confirmation hearing, Ms. Gabbard was repeatedly asked whether or not she believed that Snowden was a traitor. I think colleagues on both sides of the aisle were stunned that she not only refused to do so, but that she continued to defend him. Our national security leaders consistently emphasize that the greatest advantage we have over our adversaries is our network of allies and partners, including those who share intelligence with us. If Ms. Gabbard is confirmed as DNI, I have serious concerns about whether our allies and partners will trust her with their nation's most sensitive intelligence, given her past actions. I'm also concerned about a pattern of statements over the years by Ms. Gabbard peddling what the intelligence community has found to be Russian propaganda. For example, at the outset of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, as eloquently described by the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, Ms. Gabbard stated, quote, "This war and suffering could have easily been avoided if the Biden administration and NATO had simply acknowledged Russia's legitimate security concerns regarding Ukraine's becoming a member of NATO, which would mean U.S. and NATO forces right on Russia's border. After Ukraine bravely withstood Russia's initial assault, the Kremlin began a campaign of misinformation designed to legitimize its illegal war. These themes were repeatedly amplified by Gabbard in her public comments, including with respect to the widely disputed Russian allegation of a U.S.-funded covert biological weapons program in Ukraine. As our former colleague Mitt Romney tweeted at the time, she made those bogus claims, quote, "Tulsi Gabbard is parroting false Russian propaganda. Her treasonous lies may well cost lives." In reviewing Ms. Gabbard's statements, the New York Times found, quote, "Ms. Gabbard honed her pro-Russian views on Tucker Carlson's show on Fox News before his program was canceled. She became a regular guest and occasionally filled in as a host when Mr. Carlson was away. Clips from her appearances on Mr. Carlson's show that repeated Kremlin talking points were quickly picked up by Russian state media. In some cases, she echoed storylines that Russia's propagandists had created, which the Russians then recycled on their own media as evidence that the conspiracy theories they had manufactured were true. For Kremlin, it was a virtuous cycle. Ms. Gabbard has been roundly and appropriately criticized for her unannounced 2017 trip to Syria, where she met with Syria's then-president, Bashar al-Assad. She justified that trip by saying, quote, "We've got to be able to meet with anyone that we need to if there's a possibility that we could achieve peace." Ms. Gabbard's decision to carry out an unofficial trip to Syria in the midst of a civil war a conflict in which Bashar al-Assad was using chemical weapons against his own people, showed incredibly poor judgment. Her visit did nothing to advance the cause of peace, but rather helped to legitimize Assad's brutal dictatorship. Just months later, Ms. Gabbard, criticized President Trump's decision to use military force to deter further chemical weapons use by Assad, and even expressed skepticism about whether Assad had actually used chemical weapons. Madam President, it would be the height of charity to say that Ms. Gabbard has consistently demonstrated poor judgment on critical national security matters. But it's more than just that. Ms. Gabbard clings to her misjudgments even when she's shown to be wrong. This is a disturbing character flaw for this critical role. Above all else, the DNI must be unquestionably loyal to our national interest and trustworthy with our national secrets. The intelligence they control has life or death consequences. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, some of whom have indicated great discomfort with Ms. Gabbard and her troubling disregard for America's security interests, appear willing to vote for a confirmation despite their misgivings. At this critical moment, all senators must honestly answer these questions. Given everything you know about Tulsi Gabbard, do you trust her with life or death national secrets? Can you look members of our intelligence community in the eye and say that you believe Tulsi Gabbard will serve and protect them and this nation? I have seen enough to know my answer, and I urge my colleagues to vote against this nominee. Madam President, I would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
The senator from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you.
Without objection.
Well, look, I rise today as a very new senator, a freshman senator, to talk about the confirmation prospects for the nominee for the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. And I think context matters here. I am the first CIA officer to ever be elected to the U.S. Senate. Before I ran for office in Michigan, I had a career in national security. I'm what's called a 9/11 baby. I happened to be in New York City on my second day of graduate school when 9/11 happened. It changed my life. I decided to go into national security, got recruited by the CIA right out of grad school, and then was quickly sent on my first of 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military, providing intelligence to the U.S. military to deal with the groups that were shooting at U.S. forces and plotting against the U.S. homeland. I worked in national security roles very proudly in both administrations, Democratic and Republican. I worked in the White House for George W. Bush, and I was there the Friday that he left office and the Monday that Barack Obama walked in. I did the same job for 2 very different presidents, one from each party. I went on to be a Pentagon Assistant Secretary of Defense. But in between all that time, one of the things I got to do was help stand up the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. I was the intelligence briefer in Baghdad for Ambassador John Negroponte, who was the first ambassador to Iraq under the Bush administration. I would provide him intelligence briefings early in the morning. And one day he came back from a trip to Washington and said, I'm going to be nominated to be the first Director of National Intelligence. It's this completely new position. It's a position that has been created because of the failures of 9/11, our failures to anticipate the attacks of 9/11, to put the pieces together between the FBI, the CIA, the military, all those who had a piece of the story but didn't have a place and a venue to combine it all together to anticipate the most devastating attacks on the U.S. soil since Pearl Harbor. I came home and happened to be one of those first employees to set up the Director of National Intelligence. I think it was employee number 5. I was John Negroponte's first special assistant. So I was his, body person, helping him set up that office. So when I talk about the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard, I don't do it willy-nilly. I don't do it without a background on these topics. And I believe that the people who should be taking the positions that are critical for national security should be people of competence and character. What does the Director of National Intelligence do? The office was created, as I said, to combine all of the different threads of information at the 17 different intelligence community agencies that we have to prevent intelligence failures like we had on 9/11. This is a serious position. This is a position that in the past has been in the Oval Office every morning with the intelligence briefings provided by the agencies. This is the position in the dead of night that makes consequential decisions on the security and safety of people here. And most Americans have no idea the number of threats that we still thwart every single month against our homeland. We sleep well at night because the intelligence community is working together to prevent those threats, along with our partners and our allies and our military. So for me, I want to know that the person who's going to be woken up in the middle of the night to make those last-minute decisions, do we move on that intelligence? Do we act based on that threat, that they are someone, again, of competence and character? And what I have seen from Ms. Gabbard does not meet that threshold. She has, first of all, repeatedly questioned the integrity of the intelligence community, right? She's gone after the intelligence community that she hopes to lead. She has labeled tens of thousands of intelligence personnel as deep state without even a semblance of understanding of what they do every day to keep her safe. She's questioned the findings of the intelligence community, and I think more egregious than anything, She has shown a repeated preference for our adversaries over the intelligence community in the United States of America. Most notably, a surprise trip to visit the now ousted president of Syria, Bashar al-Assad. Imagine the decision-making that goes into planning a secret trip to visit a man who has killed thousands of his countrymen, thousands of relatives of Michiganders that I represent, a man who we know has used chemical weapons, violating international law, devastating communities, a man who has seemingly sat aside as insurgent groups, terrorist groups, took territory in his area and allowed them to project attacks into neighboring states and to plot against the U.S. homeland. She makes the decision to go and visit this man, throw flowers at his feet, do public TV with him, go publicly and show her support. Now, I don't know if she's just deeply naive. I don't know if in some twisted way she thought that this was her way of being helpful. But whether she did it out of naivete or she did it knowing what this man has done and the implications of her actions, either way shows a complete lack of judgment. Same goes for her seeming glorification of Vladimir Putin. It is hard to understand, coming from the country that defeated the Soviet Union in the Cold War, that we would put a woman in charge of our entire intelligence community who has shown over and over repeated interest in Vladimir Putin, taking his side of the argument, wondering what he's done right and our intelligence community has done wrong. Can you imagine what it feels like to be a member of the intelligence community right now, with everything going on, with all of the discrediting of what they have done and what they do every single day, and now this woman is going to be in charge of this agency? It is an insult to people who have dedicated their lives and put themselves in harm's way to have her confirmed into this position. Now, we've watched her flip-flop on a bunch of issues, right? Issues that Democrats and Republicans have concerns with. You know, she used to have a lot of concern about what's called Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. She fought against it. Now she's somehow for it. I'm not saying people can't change, but I'm just saying someone who doesn't have the backbone to stand up and be clear with their principles, I'm having a hard time imagining them lead in the heat of the moment when you're in the Situation Room and consequential decisions are being made. I think the feeling that I have about where we are in this country right now is that we're sort of in this fever dream. There's this race to discredit, to attack, to cut. And look, I'll be the first person to say that there is fat on the bone in the federal government. I worked in the federal government. There are plenty of things that can be reformed in the federal government. But the double whammy of attacking the people who keep us safe every day, of trying to push them out. I just had a Republican on my way here, member, say, hey, I've just heard about what's going on at CIA. Are they trying to get everyone to leave? Or what about people who are in sensitive positions? Great question. But the other punch is to put someone in charge of the intelligence community that has such disdain for our allies, for our intelligence officers, and such love for our adversaries. And so I urge all of my Republican colleagues to search their soul, right? Play the long game. Don't live in fear of the Trump administration and Donald Trump specifically. You know in your heart that these people aren't qualified and that the life and limb of American citizens is in their hands. So I urge all of my colleagues to vote against Tulsi Gabbard. I will be voting against her here later today. And I hope that we as American citizens can come up and up for air from this fever dream and remember that reform of the federal government does not mean slashing the people that keep us safe every day. And with that, I yield back. Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
I rise today to discuss an epidemic that is affecting our nation's youth. A crisis each and every parent should be concerned about, and one that so many parents I know already are. Our kids' worsening mental health is an emergency, and it's an emergency clearly and undeniably linked to social media. Emergency room visits among adolescents for anxiety, mood disorders, and self-harm have all risen dramatically in the years since social media apps exploded onto the scene. Over that same time period, and during the second decade of this century, rates of depression amongst teenagers more than doubled. By 2019, 20% of teenagers agreed with the notion that, quote, life often feels meaningless. Almost a 100% increase from a decade earlier. According to the CDC in 2021, and buckle up for this, 1 in 3 high school young women said she actually considered death by suicide. 25% of teenage girls made a plan to do so. 9% of high schoolers and 13% of teenage girls actually attempted death by suicide. As a mom, that is beyond horrifying. I worry for my own kids. I worry for their friends. And as a senator, I worry about the future of the next generation of Americans. To make matters worse, social media companies know the harm their platforms create. Instagram's parent company, Meta, conducted internal research that showed that 1/3 of teenage girls who use the app report it makes them feel worse, but they cannot stop. And while social media companies have taken some steps, it is clear that there is work for Congress to do. The last time a United States president signed a major piece of legislation addressing children and the internet was, wait for it, 1998. So you look almost 30 years ago, the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act was signed into law. For reference, at that time that the law was signed, MySpace didn't even exist. It's time for an update, and there is a clear place to start. Studies have shown that the most damaging time for an adolescent to use social media is during their preteen years, and the 1998 law tried to address that. The law says that websites and other online services cannot collect personal information from children under 13 years old without parental consent. Now, the catch is that those websites have to know that the child is under 13. The standard minimum age for social media platforms is 13. But current law creates an obvious incentive for companies not to verify whether their users are old enough to be on the app. And because social media companies have to know that a child is under 13 for the law to apply, they simply choose not to verify this information. Look, anti-child sex abuse organization, Thorn, actually conducted a study in 2021 that showed that 49% of respondents between the ages of 9 and 12 years old said that they had used Instagram. 52% said they had used Facebook. 58% said that they had used Snapchat. And it was just last week in a Senate Judiciary hearing where I heard not one, but 2 parents tell about their painful story where their children had died of fentanyl poisoning from a pill that they had bought on Snapchat, thinking it was something else, thought they bought a Percocet, they thought they bought an oxycodone. It was laced with fentanyl, and now they're dead. 68% of these people in this survey between 9 and 12 years old said that they had used TikTok. The age limits social media companies claim they have mean absolutely nothing. That's why I introduced the Kids Off Social Media Act alongside Senators Ted Cruz, Chris Murphy, and Brian Schatz. The 4 of us approach this not as Democrats or Republicans, not as someone who sits on the right or the left, but as 4 concerned parents that are raising teenagers right now and dealing with this issue. Our bill would set a minimum age of 13 years old for social media platforms, but that's not the only thing that it would do. The Kids Off Social Media Act would also prevent platforms from feeding targeted content picked by an algorithm to users under the age of 17. For anyone who's curious about why that's in the bill, all you have to do is ask a teenager, especially a teenage girl. Former U.S. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy wrote that nearly half of all adolescents say that social media makes them feel worse about their bodies. That doesn't seem like an accident. If you read, and many people have, Jonathan Haidt's book, The Anxious Generation, you will learn that these apps use algorithms that, quote, home in on and amplify girls' desires to be beautiful in socially prescribed ways, which includes being thin, end quote. Once that starts, once the algorithms start feeding teenage girls images and videos of increasingly thin and unhealthy women, the vicious cycle begins. And those girls end up finding images or videos promoting anorexia or, as Haidt says, emaciated young women urging their followers to try extreme diets like the, quote, corpse bride diet or the, quote, water-only diet. These algorithms on social media platforms are not just leading our daughters to starve themselves. They are leading them to torture themselves as well. By turning the Kids Off Social Media Act into law, we can put a stop to this. I am so grateful that Senator Ted Cruz from the great state of Texas prioritized our bill in the Commerce Committee. And I am sure that parents everywhere are grateful too. After all, parents overwhelmingly support our mission. A survey conducted by the Count on Mothers group showed that over 90% of mothers agreed that there should be a minimum age of 13 on social media platforms. And 87% of mothers agreed that social media companies should not be allowed to use personalized algorithms to deliver content to our children. Mr. President, if there has ever been a theme of the legislation that my colleagues and I have pursued so far this Congress, it is keeping American families and children safe. The Lake and Riley Act will help keep kids safe from criminal illegal aliens. The Halt Fentanyl Act, which I spoke about on this very floor just last week, will help kids be safe from deadly fentanyl and fentanyl poisonings. And the Kids Off Social Media Act will help keep kids safe from mental health effects that these platforms and their algorithms produce. There is nothing more important we can do as a body than protect the people we serve. So let's do it. Let's get the Kids Off Social Media Act through Congress and to the president's desk. There are parents across this country that are counting on us to step up, to put the proper guardrails in place so their children can be safe and their children have an opportunity to both explore and to succeed. All of our country's children are free to pursue their own American dream, just as our generations were, and this will enable them to do that. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President?
The senator from Vermont.
Are we in a quorum call here?
We are not.
Mr. President, we are living in an extremely dangerous time. And future generations will look back at this moment, what we do right now, and remember whether we had the courage to defend our democracy against the growing threats of oligarchy and authoritarianism. They will remember whether we stood with President Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, who in 1863, looking out over a battlefield where thousands of people had died, thousands of soldiers died in the fight against slavery, and he stated that, quote, "This nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." Do we stand with Lincoln's vision of America, or do we sit idly by and allow this country to move into a new vision? And that is a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, for the billionaire class. But it is not just oligarchy that we should be concerned about. Not just the reality that today 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million. 3 people, more wealth than the bottom 170 million Americans. It is not just that the gap between the very, very rich and everyone else is growing wider, and it is not just that we have more income and wealth inequality today than we have ever had. On top of all of that, the reality is that today we are moving rapidly under President Trump toward authoritarianism. More and more power resting in fewer and fewer hands. Mr. President, as we speak right now, Elon Musk, the wealthiest man on the planet, is attempting to dismantle major agencies of the federal government which are designed to protect the needs of working families and the disadvantaged. These agencies were created by the U.S. Congress, and it is Congress's responsibility to maintain them, to reform them, or to end them. It is not Mr. Musk's responsibility. What Mr. Musk is doing is patently illegal and unconstitutional and must be ended. Mr. President, 2 weeks ago, President Trump attempted to suspend all federal grants and loans. An outrageous and clearly unconstitutional act. And as I hope every 6th grader, every kid in the 6th grade in this country knows, under the Constitution and our form of government, the President can recommend legislation, he can support legislation, he can veto legislation, but he does not have the power to unilaterally terminate funding passed by the Congress. It is Congress, the House and the Senate, who control the purse strings. But in this move toward authoritarianism, it is not just the Congress that is being attacked. It is our judiciary. This weekend, the Vice President of the United States, a graduate of Yale Law School, who clerked for a Supreme Court justice, said that, and I quote, "Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power," end quote. Really? I thought that one of the major functions of the federal courts is to interpret our Constitution and, when appropriate, serve as a check on the unconstitutional power of the executive. That's not just what I believe. That is what I suspect every legal scholar and lawyer in America understands to be the case. Further, Mr. Musk, meanwhile, has proposed, and I quote, that the worst 1% of appointed judges be fired every year, end quote, and he demanded the impeachment of judges that have blocked him from accessing sensitive Treasury Department files. No doubt, under Mr. Musk's rule, it will be him and his billionaire friends who determine who the worst judges are. And no, Mr. Musk, I must tell you, you don't impeach judges who rule against you here in the United States. You may or may not know this, Mr. Musk, but under the U.S. Constitution, we have a separation of powers, brilliantly crafted by the founding fathers of this country in the 1770s, and it has worked pretty well throughout our country's history. We have an executive branch, we have a legislative branch, and we have a judiciary. Mr. President, what we are seeing now is not just an organized attack on the power of the Congress and the responsibility of the judiciary. Mr. Trump and his friends are not just trying to undermine two of the three pillars of our constitutional government, Congress and the courts. They are also going after the media in a way that we have never seen in the modern history of this country. Trust me that every member of Congress will tell you that the people working in the media and media organizations are not perfect. We have all had our experiences with the media. Media, like everything else, makes mistakes every day. But I do hope that every member of Congress understands that you cannot have a functioning democracy. You cannot have a free flow of information. You cannot have the pursuit of truth without an independent press. A press not intimidated by presidents of the United States, but a president who writes it and sees it the way they understand it to be. And in that regard, I want to mention to my colleagues what President Trump has done just in recent months. Mr. Trump has sued ABC and received a $15 million settlement. He has sued Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, and received a $25 million settlement. He has sued CBS and its parent company Paramount and is right now in negotiations over a settlement. He has sued the Des Moines Register for a poll results that he didn't like, and his FCC is now threatening to investigate PBS and NPR, major news outlets in our country. In other words, we have a president of the United States who is using his incredible power and the power of his agencies to go after media in this country who are saying and doing things he does not like. How are we going to have an independent media if journalists are looking over their shoulders, fearful that their reporting will trigger a lawsuit from the most powerful executive in the world? Mr. President, in the midst of all of this, I think that now is the time to ask a very, very simple question, something I think that is on the minds of millions of Americans. What do Mr. Musk Mr. Trump and their fellow billionaires really want. Now, it's not really taking over Greenland or the Panama Canal, all that stuff. The real question is, what is their end game? What is their goal? What are they striving for? And in my view, the answer really is not complicated. It is not novel. It is not new. It is, in fact, exactly what ruling classes throughout history have always wanted and have always believed to be their right, and that is more power for themselves, more control for themselves, and more wealth for themselves. And in their pursuit of more power, more control, and more wealth, they are determined to not allow democracy and the rule of law to get in their way. For Mr. Musk and his fellow oligarchs, the needs, the concerns, the pain, the ideas, the dreams of ordinary people are simply an impediment to what they, the oligarchs, are entitled to. And that is really what they believe. They are entitled to all of the wealth and the power they have, and they are determined to stop anyone who gets in their way. Mr. President, this process, this phenomenon that is going on right now is not the first time that we have seen this in our country's history. As I think many Americans understand, in pre-revolutionary America, before the 1770s, before the creation of the United States and the writing of our Constitution, the ruling class of that time governed through a doctrine called the divine right of kings. The belief that the King of England was an agent of God, that God appointed him, and that he was not to be questioned by mere mortal human beings. He was appointed by God. In modern times, we no longer have the divine right of kings. What we now have is an ideology being pushed by the oligarchs, which says that as a very, very wealthy group of people, often self-made, often the masters of revolutionary new technology, and as high IQ individuals, it is their absolute right to rule. In other words, the oligarchs of today are our modern-day kings. And Mr. President, it is not just power that they want. Despite the incredible wealth that they currently have, they want more and more and more. Their greed has no end. Today, Mr. Musk is worth $402 billion. Mr. Zuckerberg is worth $252 billion, and Mr. Bezos is worth $249 billion. With combined wealth of $903 billion, these three people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million Americans. And not surprisingly, since Trump was elected, their wealth has soared. Musk has become $138 billion richer, Zuckerberg has become $49 billion richer, and Bezos has become $28 billion richer since Election Day in November. Meanwhile, Mr. President, while the very rich become much richer, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured in terms of health care. 25% of our seniors in this country are trying to survive on $15,000 a year or less. 800,000 Americans are homeless, and we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. And real inflation-adjusted wages for the average American worker has not gone up in 50 years. Does anyone really think that the oligarchs give a damn about ordinary? Trust me, they don't. Musk's decision to dismember USAID means that tens of thousands of the poorest people in this world will either go hungry or die of preventable diseases. Tens of thousands of people. But it's not just USAID and what's happening abroad. Here in the United States, mark my words, if we do not stop them, they will soon be going after the health care, nutrition, housing, and educational programs that protect the most vulnerable people in our country, all so that they can raise the money they need to provide huge tax breaks for themselves and for other billionaires. As modern-day kings who believe they have the absolute right to rule, they will sacrifice without hesitation the well-being of working people in order to protect their power and their privileges. Further, they will use the enormous media operations they own to deflect attention away from the impact of their policies while they entertain us to death. Mr. Musk owns Twitter. Mr. Zuckerberg owns Meta, which includes Facebook and Instagram. And Mr. Bezos owns the Washington Post and Twitch. Further, they and their fellow oligarchs will continue within our corrupt campaign finance system to spend huge amounts of money to buy politicians in both major political parties. Bottom line, the oligarchs, with their unlimited amounts of money, are waging a war on the working class of our country, and it is a war that they are intent on winning. Now, I'm not going to kid anybody. The problems that our country faces right now are enormously serious, and they are not easy to solve. Our economy is rigged. The rich get richer, poor get poorer, and the middle class struggles. Our campaign finance system is totally corrupt. Billionaires can now pour as much money as they want into both political parties. And climate change is ravaging our country and the world with unprecedented levels of extreme weather disturbances, among many other crises our country faces. But, Mr. President, in the midst of all of these crises, this is what I do know, and this is what I do believe. And that is that the worst fear of the ruling class of our country is that the American people, whether they are black or white or Latino, whether they are urban or rural, whether they are young or old, gay or straight, whatever. The fear of the ruling class is that the American people come together to demand a government that represents all of us, not just the people on top. The oligarch's nightmare is that we will not allow ourselves to be divided up by race, religion, sexual orientation, or country of origin, and will come together and have the courage to take them on. Will this struggle be easy? No, it will not. And one of the reasons that it will not be easy is that the ruling class of this country will constantly remind us that they have the power. They control the government. They own the media. But our job right now in these difficult times is to go back and remember the great struggles and sacrifices that millions of Americans have waged over the centuries in difficult times to create a more democratic, just, and humane society. Think about all of the sacrifices and the struggles that Americans went through to create a more democratic, just, and humane society. And think about trying to put yourself to where they were in those times of crisis. Think about what was being said at those times. Think about the 1770s, overthrowing the King of England, the most powerful person on earth, the British Empire, to create a new nation and have self-rule here in the colonies? Impossible. So many people thought it could not be done. Establishing universal suffrage, the right of all people, whether they were wealthy or not, to vote. Imagine that, what a radical idea, extending the right to vote to poor people. Impossible, couldn't be done, but it was done. Ending slavery and segregation, taking on all of the power of the slaveholders. Impossible, but it was done. Granting workers the right to form unions and ending child labor, taking on the power of big business. Impossible, but it was done. Giving women control over their own bodies, taking on sexism, taking on the powers that be. Couldn't be done, impossible, but it was done. Passing legislation to establish Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, a minimum wage, clean air and water standards. Impossible, it couldn't be done, but it was done. In other words, Mr. President, I think back to what Nelson Mandela told us. And he said, everything is impossible until it is done. So in these difficult days, when we find ourselves arrayed against the wealthiest people in the world, the most powerful people in the world, people who want to expand the power of the oligarchy, people who want to move us toward authoritarianism, I know that people get discouraged, that we can't take them on, that we cannot create a government that works for all and not just the few, that we cannot do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people as a human right, that we cannot raise the minimum wage to a living wage so that tens of millions of people do not earn starvation wages, that we cannot make sure that all of our kids get the quality education that they deserve, that we can't expand Social Security to lower the poverty rate among seniors. Now, I know that in this moment people say, well, that's an impossible dream, can't be done. But I think if you look back on American history, you will find that in very difficult and dark days, when people came together, they did the impossible. So this ain't going to be easy. We're taking on enormously powerful people who really do not believe in democracy or the rule of law. But if we stand together, we're going to win this fight. And not only will we save American democracy, we're going to create the kind of nation that I think most of us know we should become. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. Thank you.
The senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, trust is at the very center of our national security. The trust that we share with allies and partners around the world. The trust that the American people have in us and in our armed services and in our intelligence services. The trust that vital allies have that causes them to share with us information about threats, challenges, opportunities. That's the very foundation of our national security. And today I rise to warn my colleagues about the risks to our national security posed by the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to be the Director of National Intelligence. As the ranking member of the Senate Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, I have a significant involvement in our nation's intelligence apparatus. And over the course of the confirmation hearings and the debate here on the floor about former Congresswoman Gabbard, I've concluded that she has an alarming record, revealed more fully in her confirmation hearings, but also in a review of her speeches, her travels, her positions as a Democrat, as a Congresswoman, as a candidate for president, as a supporter of President Trump. She has gone quite a distance. She has defended Edward Snowden. Snowden is widely viewed by folks in our intelligence community, our national security apparatus, our armed forces, and many here as a traitor who betrayed some of the most important secrets that are critical to keeping the United States secure. She would not, in her confirmation hearings, answer the question, is Edward Snowden a traitor? Ms. Gabbard bemoaned the rise of HTS in Syria, which recently overthrew the brutal dictator Bashar al-Assad, without mentioning the fall of Assad. She talked about how tragic it was that HTS overran Damascus, without mentioning the side benefit of the fall of a brutal dictator. And in her confirmation hearings, repeatedly dodged pointed and relevant questions about FISA and Section 702, key tools for our intelligence community. All of this is in keeping with a long-standing record as an apologist for authoritarians and even enemies of the United States. She has repeatedly blamed the United States and NATO for Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. And I will tell you, as someone who is about to go to the Munich Security Conference this weekend with a broad and bipartisan delegation from this body and from the House, I will never forget being at the Munich Security Conference just before Russia invaded Ukraine, broad spectrum. They'd been in eastern Ukraine at that point for years. They had occupied Crimea and then launched a war into the Donetsk, the Donbass, the eastern part of Ukraine. But it was just days after the Munich Security Conference in February of 2022 that tens of thousands of Russian troops, whole divisions, poured over the line in a broad spectrum invasion that included brutality against civilians, bombardment of the entire nation, ultimately cruel acts of violence against women and children, fully documented in the press and courts around the world. And yet Ms. Gabbard blamed the United States and NATO for provoking this invasion by Russia of a sovereign nation, a nation where the United States, in writing, guaranteed its territorial sovereignty in the 1994 agreement that led to them giving up their nuclear weapons. Ms. Gabbard visited Syria and met with Bashar al-Assad for several days in 2017 and relied on pro-Assad sources to cast doubt on accounts of his use of chemical weapons against his own people. She has a long history of repeating pro-Kremlin talking points and has become a favorite on Russian state media. She appears frequently because she frequently is attacking the United States in Russian state media. Mr. President, this body will all too soon take up the confirmation of Tulsi Gabbard. We should not proceed. We should not vote for her. Our nation faces massive threats that are growing day by day. Our nation is facing threats around the world, from North Korea and Iran, from China and from Russia, and we need an intelligence service equipped to respond to these challenges. Can we trust Tulsi Gabbard to lead our intelligence services and to respond to these threats? I cannot, we cannot, and we should not. This body should not vote to confirm Tulsi Gabbard as the next Director of National Intelligence. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you remember where you were on September 11th? Most Americans do. I do. It was right outside that door. I was in a meeting at 9 o'clock in the morning, and as we had the meeting, we looked down the mall. We were watching a little television set, and we saw these planes flying into skyscrapers in New York. Nobody could quite understand what was going on. First, we thought it was an accident, as most people probably felt the same way. But then when the second plane hit, we knew there was more. Then there came a moment when somebody said, look down the mall. We looked down the mall and saw black smoke billowing across the mall here in Washington from the Pentagon, because a plane had crashed into the Pentagon. And there was this moment where people didn't know which way to turn, where to get answers, what was going on. And someone came racing into the room and said, evacuate the Capitol building. Another plane is coming directed toward this building. We all raced out down the steps and stood on the lawn outside, didn't know which way to turn, had no idea what was going on. Tourists were coming up to me because I had a suit and tie on and said, where are we supposed to go? Well, I told them where the metro stations were and pointed in several directions. It's a day you won't forget. Most of us, I'm sure, felt at that point we had to figure out what happened first and to stop it from ever happening again. So where did we turn? First, we turned to law enforcement for obvious reasons. That's who you call, 911. See if they can give you any information, give you any advice, and keep you safe. But also, in this town, you think, we hope our intelligence agencies, the ones that collect information, know who those people were so we can stop them from ever doing this again. Those intelligence agencies were critical, not just for the security of this country, but the survival of this country. The wake of September 11th, the most historic terrorist attack in our nation's history, we learned the hard way that agencies within the intelligence community need to be good, effective, and coordinate what they're doing. And so we embarked on several projects, and one that I was a small part of, in rewriting the laws, creating intelligence agencies, and making sure that each of our intelligence agencies, as good as they are, speak to one another. It seems so obvious. They need to coordinate, but they had what they called smokestacks, where they kept their information to themselves and didn't share it with other agencies. Well, that changed, and we changed the whole attitude towards intelligence and coordinating information. We created the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. It oversees 18 different intelligence agencies that span the CIA, Defense Department, State Department, Energy Department, and others. It is now essential to modern safety in America. But yet the President, Donald Trump, has selected a person to run this critical agency coordinating 18 different intelligence agencies who has little or no experience leading this critical American security apparatus. Her name is Tulsi Gabbard. During President Trump's first term, he made clear of his fondness for certain leaders in the world who were controversial, such as Viktor Orban of Hungary, Vladimir Putin of Russia, and Kim Jong-un of North Korea. So he ends up picking a person to run intelligence network who shares a similarly terrible judgment on critical leaders. Tulsi Gabbard, former Congresswoman, is infamous for spending time with despots and autocratic leaders in the world, including Vladimir Putin of Russia and Bashar al-Assad of Syria, and traitors to the United States like Edward Snowden. Her fondness for these oppressive, anti-democratic regimes does not go unreciprocated. They know her, they like her, and they say quite a few things about her. Let me show you one of these posters. Hosts of Russian state media have cheered her nomination, Russians cheering her nomination as the Director of National Intelligence, because it will, quote, dismantle America. Some on Russian state channels have even referred to her affectionately as their girlfriend. Russian state TV also called her a Russian comrade in Trump's emerging cabinet. A pro-Putin propagandist, Vladimir Sokolov, once called Gabbard our friend. Later, when asked if she was, quote, some sort of Russian agent, he replied, of course, yes. What's going on here? This woman wants to head up the intelligence agencies, and she's being cheered on by Russians. And in a glowing profile in a Russian state newspaper, it said of Tulsi Gabbard, and I quote, the CIA and FBI are trembling, noting that Ukrainians consider her, quote, an agent of the Russian state. Imagine that. The person tapped to head America's intelligence community being called a puppet of an adversary country by that very same country. It seems too ridiculous to be true, but I'm sorry to say it is. To merely join America's intelligence community, never mind lead it, candidates have to go through a vigorous background check and earn security clearance. I'll just tell you, based on what she has done since serving in Congress, she could not pass a routine security clearance. If Tulsi Gabbard was applying for the entry-level position, her relationship with Russia alone would disqualify her from the job. Why then would we trust our entire intelligence network to the number one friend of our number one enemy? Why then would we want to put that sort of person in charge? Given the examples that abound of Tulsi Gabbard proving publicly, shamelessly, and carelessly her sympathy for nations that undermine U.S. interests and security, that is inexplainable and irresponsible. Perhaps this was summed up best by one of her people who worked with her for years. Here's what he had to say, quoted in Atlantic magazine, quote, she was willing to do or say whatever. It was like she had absolutely no moral compass. And to head up all of our intelligence agencies? It's as controversial as choosing Kash Patel to head up our Federal Bureau of Investigation. No experience which qualifies him, nor does she have any experience either. You see, our allies depend on us as much as we depend on security and to share critical intelligence. Now they're looking at us in disbelief that we would let someone like Tulsi Gabbard, with such an appalling record, anywhere near the leadership of the intelligence community. Intelligence professionals from Canada and the United Kingdom, members of the critical Five Eyes Intelligence Alliance, along with the U.S., Australia, and New Zealand, have expressed concern about even working with her if she's in charge. In order to keep Americans safe throughout the world, we need to have the trust of our allies and their cooperation. This position she's aspiring to of DNI does not just impact the collection of intelligence, it also impacts the action taken on it. Because of this, I have great concern about the impact Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation would have on our support in Ukraine defending against Russia. Since Russia's full-scale invasion, Gabbard has taken Russia's side many times, claiming, quote, in reference to Ukraine and Russia, Russia had legitimate security concerns, the words of Tulsi Gabbard. And then she blames NATO, our alliance, as one of the most significant security alliances in the world. Let me be clear, supporting democracies has not historically been a partisan manner. For example, contrast Tulsi Gabbard's nonsense with former President Ronald Reagan and his clear understanding of the danger of the communist Russian Empire. Nearly 40 years ago, Ronald Reagan stood at the Brandenburg Gate in West Berlin and famously challenged the Soviet Union to tear down this wall. Reagan understood the true nature and threat of the Russians. And we've all seen the horrific cost of Russia's war in Ukraine and increasing attacks on NATO allies. Is there a deal to be made to end this war? Perhaps. But doing so must be with the best intelligence available, a clear eye about who we're negotiating with and for, and long-term guarantees of the security of Ukraine and of Europe and the transatlantic alliance. One would think that any American president navigating such difficult waters would want a top official to serve as head of national intelligence. Tulsi Gabbard fails that test. She would not be qualified for an entry-level position within the intelligence community and certainly not qualified to lead it, period. Some of President's cabinet nominees are hard to imagine because they are so unqualified. But for the position of Director of National Intelligence, putting someone unqualified in charge is not funny at all. It's life or death dangerous. I yield the floor. Suggested the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak about what
The Senate is in a quorum call.
I request unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call. Thank you.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak about what Elon Musk is doing to destroy the U.S. Agency for International Development. Here's what's happening. Mr. Musk, of course, a non-elected billionaire who knows really nothing and cares less about how the federal government works, is demolishing one of the most important agencies we have for countering Russia, China, authoritarianism, and anti-American extremism around the world, all being done in the name of, quote, efficiency. As one former State Department official said, disbanding U.S. aid is the strategic equivalent of scuttling the Navy. Mr. Musk, he bragged about feeding U.S. aid into a wood chipper. What he's really doing, after locking USAID's staff out of their offices and blocking their access to email, is destroying the careers of thousands of professionals who administer programs, that are critical to U.S. national security, not to mention the well-being of their families. And Mr. President, I want to acknowledge something. Many Americans ask me, and they ask you, why should we send aid to other countries when we have so many problems here at home? And we do have problems at home. So that's a legitimate question. In my view, we haven't done enough, Congress, to solve our own problems, the cost of food, housing, health care, or dealing with drug addiction, gun violence, homelessness, the challenges facing our farmers and small businesses, and the devastation to communities from wildfires, floodings, droughts, and other national disasters. Both parties have that obligation to address these issues. And our citizens do come first. But we also have a role in the world that is absolutely vital to our own national security. And there is a sense, magnified by a lot of the misinformation Mr. Musk and others put out, that foreign aid is this huge component of our budget, really compromising our ability to meet those needs that afflict all of our citizens here in the country. People think it's like 25 or 30% of the budget. Foreign aid is less than 1% of our budget. So as a percentage, really quite modest. And incidentally, not that we necessarily want to compare, but as a per capita spending portion of our budget, what we spend in the United States on foreign aid is a lot less than our European allies in Japan. So it's modest, but significant. But even at this less than 1%, the foreign aid budget is very important to America, and it serves our national interest. Why is that? Our USAID program started 64 years ago under then President John F. Kennedy. And he asked the question, is foreign aid program really necessary? His answer? The answer is that there is no escaping our obligations, our moral obligations as a wise leader and good neighbor in the interdependent community of free nations, and our political obligations as the single largest counter to the adversaries of freedom. There were adversaries then, there are adversaries today. President Kennedy went on to say, quote, to fail to meet those obligations now would be disastrous and in the long run more expensive. For widespread poverty and chaos lead to collapse of existing political and social structures, which would inevitably invite the advance of totalitarianism into every weak and unstable area. Thus, our own security would be endangered and our own prosperity imperiled. A program of assistance to underdeveloped nations must continue because the nation's interest, that is our nation's interest, and the cause of political freedom require it. The words of John F. Kennedy. But fast forward, only 5 months ago, George Bush's Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice, said about the need for continued U.S. engagement in the world, quote, the United States has got to make both a statement and a reality of America's willingness to remain engaged in the world, because great powers don't just mind their own business. And if we don't shape the international environment, then others will. And they are others that we do not want to cede the territory for our values and our interest, powers like China and powers like Russia, unquote. The words of former Secretary Condoleezza Rice. So the question that we need to answer today is not why we spend money on foreign aid. I don't believe we need to answer that because I think President Kennedy and Secretary Rice explained that very well. The question is, how can we make the best use of the 1% of the federal budget to protect our interests in an increasingly unstable and dangerous world? As Secretary Rice said, if we don't shape the international environment, then others will. Because no matter how many times President Trump and Elon Musk say America first, isolationism, this is a decision that each one of us in the United States Senate must make. Isolationism is not an option. What does happen in Central America, in Africa, in the Middle East, in Asia, does threaten our own security, far more so today than in President Kennedy's time. Our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, a valued former colleague, someone we're all quite proud of, has said this administration is not going to eliminate foreign aid and that many of USAID's programs will continue. He and others in the administration have called what the administration is doing a, quote, review. Let's talk about that a minute. If this were a review, I'd be all for it. We should always be looking at the best way and the best use of taxpayer dollars to get the best outcomes from the programs we fund. I've been calling for a review of FEMA, an organization that was very helpful to Vermont to recover from the floods of 2023 and 2024. My view, we should be doing a review of every agency, from food stamps to the Pentagon. So if it were a review, I'd be all in favor of it. But it's not a review. It's a frontal assault to destroy USAID. Just consider. Emails go out telling people not to go to work. Emails go out telling people in foreign lands they've got to come home. Websites are closed down. Work is stopped in its tracks. That's not a review. That's a decision. It's an action to dismantle and destroy an organization. By the end of the so-called 90-day review, people in Africa working for USAID will be in the U.S. There won't be anything left. And the administration really makes no secret about it. It acknowledged that it has decided to reduce the number of USAID staff from 14,000 to a few hundred. That's not a review, it's a decision. Mr. President, many of us know a lot about USAID. Bring on reform, yes, but this organization has helped our country by doing good work in other countries. Many of us have met USAID staff at posts overseas, often in some of the world's most dangerous places. The folks in that organization are serious, purposeful, and patriots. They put their lives at risk every day, and they don't have body armor. If the goal really is reform of USAID, then I say to Secretary of State Rubio, and I say to my Republican colleagues, I want to work with you. Anything we can do to make any program that we're responsible for better, I am absolutely all in. And we know there's ways we could make USAID better. But what Elon Musk is doing is dangerous, it's cruel, and it's illegal. It's illegal because this Congress has appropriated money for these programs, and Elon Musk is making a unilateral decision without any congressional oversight or authority to discontinue those authorized programs. Also, you know, what does it really say to the millions of people in governments around the world when we've made a commitment, whether it's one that you agreed with or I did, but as a body, as a country, we made a commitment, and then suddenly there's an email out saying we're just kidding. We're not going to follow through. And what does it mean when you think about it? That because of, in effect, this stop work order, we have food for hungry people that's not being delivered. We have vaccines, medicines that can save lives, avert injury, and they're not being delivered. Why are we doing that? Why would anyone do that? It would be like your neighbor's house is on fire, you have a hose, and you won't let them use it. That's not the way we operate. At least I hope so. You know, the USAID work, it's invisible to most people. It shouldn't be invisible to us. We're supporting civil society leaders who are inspired by our own Declaration of Independence. These folks fight for human rights and democracy, and they do that in the face of corrupt and abusive governments that imprison their political opponents. These programs have been stopped. There are programs that have strong bipartisan support and have had it for decades, and I want to acknowledge many of my Republican colleagues who've done so much, in particular Senator Lindsey Graham, who knows this does protect our national security. And they present the best face of America that the rest of the world sees. You know, the administration talks about waste, fraud, and abuse. And when they talk about that, I ask myself the question, is there a single American any of us can identify that is in favor of waste, fraud, and abuse? So they raise the question without proof of where that waste, fraud, and abuse is found. And instead of looking to identify it specifically so they can actually take action to eliminate it, they just leave it out there as an explanation to justify shutting down a valuable program and not doing the hard work of reform. That's applying not just as an approach, not just to USAID, but to many other programs, like farm programs, where I'm getting calls from farmers. What happened to the agreement I had with the federal government, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, about doing new type of crop rotation in exchange for getting a contract price? What's happened to folks running domestic violence shelters who can't get on the portal to get money paid to them that they're owed? This is happening throughout our nonprofit systems, including our community health centers. We had a woman who had an appointment with a dentist at a community health center and got the notice that it was closed because of the order that went out from the administration. So, Mr. President, I believe in USAID. I believe it's wrong for the administration to essentially make the decision to feed it to the wood chipper. I believe in reform, but I do not believe that this is a serious effort at reform. It's a serious effort to destroy the program started by President Kennedy that has been embraced by Republican and Democratic presidents since President Kennedy started it 64 years ago. And while there is a perception that it's 25 to 30% of our budget, it's 1%. And it's at a time when the reputation of the United States as a country that is going to stand behind the commitments it made is being jeopardized. So my hope is that all of us, whether we agree or disagree about the ultimate value of USAID, will stand up for protecting what we've already committed ourselves to. And that to the extent there is reform to be made, we work together on that so that the American taxpayer and American national security interests can continue to be served by the men and women of the U.S. Agency for International Development. Mr. President, I conclude my remarks on USAID, and I request the opportunity to speak about the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard.
Senator is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you know, Mr. President, the Director of National Intelligence is a very critical position. The Director is the primary intelligence officer serving the President. She or he is tasked with managing America's 18 intelligence community agencies and more than $100 billion in national and military intelligence program budgets. It's an awesome responsibility. The DNI also has access to information about literally the most sensitive programs within the United States government. These programs are so sensitive that most members of Congress and senators are not briefed about them, including even rank-and-file members of the intelligence committees. That alone indicates the magnitude of this responsibility. My view, on the basis of everything I've seen, is that the nominee will put loyalty to Donald Trump first, and my apprehension is that if there is information that he does not want or wants it interpreted a certain way, there'll be excessive deference to the pressures that the President has shown he has the capacity and the inclination to insert. Also, in the hearings, Ms. Gabbard did not reflect independent thoughts about the security of issues like Taiwan, the territorial integrity of Ukraine, nor the endless ongoing theft of U.S. data by the Chinese government. She was asked quite rightly, where are you on these? What should we be doing? What she indicated is she'd leave that up to Donald Trump. Now, I get it that as someone who is serving the President, it's ultimately his decision. But a person who is in the highest level of national security, I would expect, would have opinions from prior experience. And Ms. Gabbard did not disclose what those opinions were at all. My concern as well is that Ms. Gabbard does not have the sober experience where it's needed most. We're a few weeks into the second term of President Trump, and there's an immense amount of disruption. And depending on the point of view, disruption is a good thing. I actually see the argument for it. But what I'm seeing is that it's done in such a meat cleaver way. It's much more about destruction. And I want to make certain that whoever is the Director of National Intelligence has the experience and the credibility within the intelligence community to defend the legitimate role that that intelligence community plays in our national security. Ms. Gabbard has maintained a security clearance for many years. However, this job is much more than about having had a security clearance. It's about judgment and character and integrity that must go along with that. You're required to form a clear-eyed policy position free of politics and not just give the seal of approval to absolve poor judgment. That's a very, very challenging task for a person who serves in the Trump administration. I have also been concerned about some of the judgment calls that Ms. Gabbard has made, refusing to acknowledge what we all know. Edward Snowden broke his oath to protect classified information. Edward Snowden betrayed the trust given to him and every other American who holds a security clearance. And by the way, Mr. Snowden had a whistleblower protocol he could have followed, but chose not to. People's lives were put in jeopardy. Mr. Snowden, as you know, intentionally gathered and deliberately walked out the door with more than 1.5 million classified files. Went to China and eventually found safe harbor in Russia. Also, I have some concern about where Ms. Gabbard is getting her news. I have grave concerns that giving access to our nation's most tightly held secrets to an individual who has amplified Russian talking points, and that is the spread of misinformation. That's what Russia does, and who watches Russia's state-owned TV, which is a propaganda organ. I have concerns about that, as well as the trip to Syria to see Bashar al-Assad, who is in the process of murdering his own people. And of course, Ms. Gabbard said she was skeptical that his government was responsible for the 2017 chemical weapons attack that killed dozens of Syrians. Our intelligence community was not skeptical about that. Both sides of the aisle hold our national security in high regard, as you do, Mr. President, and I do as well. On the basis of the lack of experience, the questionable judgment, lack of confidence that I think many of us have in the capacity of this person to be the Director of National Intelligence, I urge that we vote no on her nomination. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sure.
Mr. President, I come to the floor this afternoon to join a number of my colleagues because of my concern for the national security of the United States. Whether it's a terror attack, a cyber attack from a non-state actor, whether it's a threat from Russia or China or Iran, we in the United States are the targets of foreign adversaries every single day. But thanks to our intelligence community and the thousands of Americans who dedicate their lives to our security, we're safe. These brave men and women are counting on us to have their backs, which is why the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard is so concerning. Our adversaries will be thrilled if we confirm Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence. No one more so than Russian President Vladimir Putin. Ms. Gabbard has not hidden her positive views of Russia and President Putin. While Ukrainians fight valiantly to protect their homeland and defend freedom and democracy, Tulsi Gabbard cozies up to Putin and publicly defends Russia's brutal invasion. The former Congresswoman has parroted Russian propaganda, saying that the war could have been avoided if NATO and the Biden administration had simply, and I'm quoting, simply acknowledged Russia's legitimate security concerns. And we know that a nominee is problematic when the Kremlin has such nice things to say about her. On November 17, 2004, a major Russian state-controlled news agency called Tulsi Gabbard Superwoman and noted her past appearances on Russian TV. Well, I don't relish the idea of America's Director of National Intelligence, a role that includes such sensitive responsibilities such as producing the President's daily brief and setting U.S. policy for intelligence sharing with foreign entities. I don't appreciate the fact that she's called Superwoman by a mouthpiece for the Kremlin. Not only does Putin have kind words for Ms. Gabbard, but they also share mutual friends, namely ousted Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. Since her clandestine meeting with Mr. Assad in 2017, a visit that took place while she was serving in Congress, former Congresswoman Gabbard has faced numerous questions about why she went to Syria and arranged this meeting in the first place. She's answered none of those questions, nor has she provided any substantive details on her conversation with Assad. And in fact, Ms. Gabbard has repeatedly refused to call Assad what he is, and that is an enemy of the United States, a brutal dictator who is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Syrians. Assad, who's Putin's best buddy in the Middle East, Assad, who's backed by Iran, whose regime openly seeks to undermine and destroy American interests and values worldwide. This is the person who co-presidents Musk and Trump want to lead our intelligence agencies, to spearhead our national security operations. Well, that doesn't make me comfortable sleeping at night. To talk amiably about a brutal dictator who's openly opposed to American interests and human rights, a dictator like Assad, and like Putin for that matter, shows at best a lack of judgment, and at worst, allegiance to our adversaries. And even in cases of proven espionage against the American intelligence community, the very organization that she seeks to lead, Tulsi Gabbard instead has sided with criminals. Of course, I'm speaking about her support for Edward Snowden. In 2020, while she was a member of the United States House of Representatives, she introduced a resolution suggesting that the federal government should drop all charges against Edward Snowden. There was only one other member who co-sponsored this resolution, and that was former Congressman Matt Gaetz. Now in 2025, Ms. Gabbard still refuses to call Snowden what he is, a traitor to the United States. When she was asked about that at her hearing, She was given several opportunities to indicate that she understood that Edward Snowden is a traitor who put at risk the lives of thousands of Americans in the intelligence community. She refused to acknowledge that he's a traitor. With such a track record, how are we supposed to expect that she will properly classify our enemies? How are we to expect that she would label Xi Jinping or Kim Jong-un as enemies of the United States, or simply as foreign leaders, or as friends? Who knows what Ms. Gabbard will do? I think there's a stark difference between our adversaries who want to undermine the United States and those who are our allies. And it doesn't appear that Tulsi Gabbard understands the difference. So how can the men and women of the intelligence community trust that Ms. Gabbard will protect their secrets? That she'll protect our secrets, the secrets of the United States? How many Russians are going to risk their lives to pass along information to our intelligence officers if they're worried that Ms. Gabbard will sell them out? How much will our allies in NATO and the Indo-Pacific share with Ms. Gabbard in charge? The work of American covert operations and intelligence gathering is based on one central principle, and that is trust. I wouldn't trust Tulsi Gabbard any further than I can throw her. I think this chamber faces a choice. We can choose to defend America's national security and keep our promise to our constituents to protect their lives and safety and their interests, or we can choose to give a gift to Vladimir Putin and our adversaries, to usher them into the inner halls of the American intelligence system. I know which choice I intend to make. I intend to vote no on Tulsi Gabbard, and I hope that my colleagues, particularly those across the aisle, at least some of them, will have the courage to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Nevada.
Thank you. Mr. President, every member of this body is sworn to protect our national security and safety and the well-being of the American people. There is no more important responsibility for Congress to fulfill than this. Senators take an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And when the American people go to sleep at night, they rest assured that our homeland will be kept safe. As senators, we play a key role in making sure that the men and women in charge of our nation's security, well, that they're up to the task, that they're experienced, that they're qualified, that they're prepared. These are jobs with enormous responsibility. There is a zero room for failure here. When unqualified or inexperienced candidates make mistakes in these jobs, often the result is that innocent people get hurt and in some cases die. That is why the Senate's confirmation process is just so important, because the stakes are so high, because there's no room for error when it comes to those who are placed in national security roles. I take this aspect of my job incredibly seriously. Our intelligence community is made up of courageous men and women who collect and analyze information on our threats from around the globe. They're an integral part of our nation's defense. The Director of National Intelligence oversees and compiles intelligence from domestic, from military, from foreign sources for the President of the United States, who then uses it to make life or death decisions. The Director is in direct line from our intelligence community to the president. That's why this position needs to be filled by an experienced and trustworthy candidate, key qualities that Tulsi Gabbard does not have. At a time of rising global threats, having Tulsi Gabbard serving in this role would make America less safe. And I want to say that again, would make us less safe, full stop. Our allies are dumbfounded, and our adversaries, well, in Moscow, Beijing, Tehran, and all over the world, they're laughing at us. They're laughing at the idea that the United States of America would weaken its national security by placing someone so deeply unqualified in such a critical role for our safety, for our security. Our adversaries, well, they are overjoyed that they're going to have an ally leading the American intelligence community. And my concerns, they're not political. After all, Ms. Gabbard and I used to serve in Congress together in the same caucus when she represented a district from Hawaii as a Democrat. My concerns are that she not only lacks the qualifications needed, but that she has also peddled talking points straight from the Kremlin. Think about it. Tulsi Gabbard has never worked in intelligence before. As a member of the House of Representatives, she didn't even serve in the House Intelligence Committee. During her time in the House, Ms. Gabbard actually voted against critical national security-related legislation, like increased funding for preventing terrorism in high-density, high-threat level urban areas, like my city of Las Vegas. She voted against all of that security for Nevada. This funding was actually pursued by former Nevada Congressman Joe Heck, who was a Republican, and it's something I've continued working to secure here in the Senate. And yet, Tulsi Gabbard, she voted against bipartisan proposal to protect our cities from terrorism. And she was the only member of House Armed Services Committee to vote against the National Defense Authorization Act every year during markup. As concerning as her lack of experience and tendency to vote against our security is, Ms. Gabbard's history of cozying up to America's adversaries is far, far more troubling. Her actions and words suggest that she has been directly influenced by foreign propaganda, whether that comes from Russia, from Syria, or other brutal dictatorships. And this isn't just me saying this. It's the view of many of Ms. Gabbard's former staff members during her time here on Capitol Hill. We have public reporting that states, and I'm going to quote here, former advisors to Gabbard suggested her views on Russia and its polarizing leader, Vladimir Putin, have been shaped by her unorthodox media consumption habits. 3 former aides said Gabbard regularly read and shared articles from the Russian news site RT, formerly known as Russia Today, which the U.S. intelligence community characterized in 2017 as the Kremlin's principal international propaganda outlet, end quote. Is this who Donald Trump wants to lead America's intelligence community? Is this who he wants in a prominent national security role? Someone who is so easily swayed by foreign propaganda. And it's clear that she's taken this propaganda and disinformation to heart. Just look at her justification of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, which she did not blame Vladimir Putin, who, let's be clear, is entirely responsible for the invasion. Instead, Ms. Gabbard has parroted Putin's talking points and placed blame on the United States and on NATO for Russia's vile assault upon the Ukrainian people. We can also look at her attempts to give cover to Syria's former dictator, Bashar al-Assad, who used chemical weapons on his own people, killing kids, killing babies in his own attempt to hold on to power. Ms. Gabbard even went to Syria to buddy up with Assad and then came back to the U.S. to defend his killing of innocent men, women, and children. Those babies he killed to hang on to power. It's sickening, actually. It's a betrayal of our country's values. Time and time again, Ms. Gabbard has rejected the findings and conclusions of our own intelligence officials and has instead chosen to, well, cozy up to dictators and our adversaries. She did so again in her defense of Edward Snowden, a man who committed treason against the United States of America by leaking highly classified information that jeopardized our national security, the safety of our troops, our men and women in uniform who take an oath to serve and protect us every day. And she jeopardized the clandestine intelligence operatives who are out there working behind the scenes, again, to keep us safe and secure every day. After committing these serious crimes against the U.S., Mr. Snowden fled to Russia in his continued attempt to escape justice. Those weren't the actions of a whistleblower. They were the actions of a traitor to the United States of America, a traitor who Tulsi Gabbard, who has repeatedly defended. Because of these incidents and so many more, America's allies are rightfully concerned about what Tulsi Gabbard would do if confirmed to lead our intelligence community. In fact, there have been reports that if Ms. Gabbard is confirmed, our allies might stop sharing crucial information with us, well, in order to protect themselves, to protect their own country, to protect the people they love. So think about that. If our allies no longer share intelligence with us, think about the damage that does to our national security, to our safety, to our men and women in uniform, to our operatives around the world, and to each and every one of us here in the United States of America. It doesn't make us safer. I can tell you that. Our allies do not trust her, and neither should we. I urge my colleagues to review Ms. Gabbard's recent hearing before the Senate Intelligence, a Select Committee on Intelligence. In response to almost every question, Tulsi Gabbard avoided providing any real answer, whether it came from Democrat or Republican. She simply dodged the questions over and over and over. And that's not leadership. This isn't not an example of someone who's qualified, and this is not a candidate who will keep America safe. I urge my Republican colleagues to join me in listening to common sense, to thinking about our men and women who serve, to think about folks around the globe, to think about everyone here in America, to reject this clearly unqualified and dangerous nominee. It doesn't have to be this way. Let's have President Trump nominate someone else who we can agree is qualified for this critical and consequential role, who has our nation's best interest in their heart. Tulsi Gabbard is not that person. The safety and well-being of our country depend on having a qualified nominee. Again, I urge my Republicans to join us to reject Tulsi Gabbard and put someone up who has the heart and experience to do this important job. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. With me this afternoon are three of my colleagues from my office, Ms. Jess Andrews, my communications director, Mr. Henson Weber, and Mr. John Lowry. As I said, there are three of my colleagues in my office. I depend on their counsel and their advice and their good judgment every day. Go ahead and put that up. I want to talk for a few minutes, Mr. President, about public broadcasting in America. But first, I want to make a brief comment about the continuing saga that our new president is doing, in my judgment, a good job of prosecuting here in Washington. I'm talking about his audits of federal government spending and all of the wasteful spending, I call it spending porn, that he is finding. And I want to make two quick points. Number one, it strikes me as breathtakingly ironic. The cynic might say cynical, that the people who are screaming so loudly about President Trump's decision to audit federal spending are the very same people under President Biden who wanted to hire 80,000 new IRS agents with guns to audit the American people. As I've said before, if it weren't for double standards, there wouldn't be any standards at all in this town. The battle lines are drawn, Mr. President. The battle lines are drawn. Some of my colleagues have decided to support the bureaucracy and the spending porn over the American taxpayer. That's what they've done. And some of the same people, it's not just my Democratic colleagues, there are many people in Washington, D.C. that have grouped together and they've circled the wagons and they've decided to support the spending porn and the bureaucrats over the American taxpayer. That's their right. It's not against the law or unconstitutional to be foolish in America. But these are the same people. These are the same people who chose to support illegal immigration over the rule of law. These are the same people who have chosen to support teachers' unions over parents and kids. These are the same people who have chosen to support criminals over cops and victims. These are the same people who have chosen to support transgender athletes over women's sports. And these are the same people who have chosen to support Hamas over Israel. They think they're winning. Maybe in this town, they are. If you listen to a lot of the pundits up here, if you listen to a lot of the members of the Wokarati in Washington, but they're not winning in America. The justice stick is coming, and I'm very proud to be part of that effort. Now, let me say a word about public broadcasting. There was a time, Mr. President, I don't know if you remember it, but I do, when families in the evening would gather around a single radio. They just had one radio in the house, or a single TV, often black and white TV, to hear the evening news. And for many Americans, particularly in rural areas, public broadcasting was the only option for them. That was true in some parts of our country. They could only access public broadcasting to get up-to-date news and information. Those days are gone. Things are much different today. Today, Americans get their news everywhere. Everywhere. Websites, podcasts, social media posts, radio shows, cable TV, streaming, broadcast television. The world has changed, particularly the world of mass communications. I think back 10, 15 years ago in my state, Louisiana, newspapers were king, followed closely by local television stations. Newspapers led with the news and everybody else followed in terms of what was newsworthy. Boy, those days changed. I polled recently in Louisiana to find out where my people in Louisiana get their news. 4% of the people in Louisiana get their news from the newspapers. That's just a fact. Number one, as you might imagine, is the internet. The world has changed. This trend is not partisan. It's not a Republican thing or it's not a Democratic thing. President Trump and former Vice President Harris, they both did popular podcasts in their election. And many of my fellow senators and many of my friends in the House running for election also did podcasts as well. A lot of the pundits have even called the 2024 race the podcast election. No American today, not one that I know of, is dependent on a single source of news to remain informed. And that's a good thing. It might have made sense many, many, many years ago for the federal government to subsidize and fund public broadcasting. 50 years ago, that might have made sense. But the ability of the American people today to access whatever news they would like to hear from whatever form of media they choose is no longer limited. It's virtually unlimited just only by the imagination. So here's my question, Mr. President, and something that we need to think about. If all this is true, if media has changed, and it's accessible to everyone, why is the United States Congress still spending $500 million a year, not $500,000 a year, $500 million a year to fund the Corporation for Public Broadcasting? It makes no sense. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting, we call it CPB, Mr. President, as you know. It's a nonprofit entity that takes taxpayer money that it gets from Congress and distributes it to local TV and radio stations. Now, you might not have heard of CPB, but you probably heard of two of its, I won't call them subsidiaries, but two of its closely affiliated entities, I'll call them. The Public Broadcasting Station, we call it PBS, and National Public Radio, NPR. Now, here's how it works. Every year, Congress gives the Corporation for Public Broadcasting $500 million. And the Corporation for Public Broadcasting takes that money and gives it to a lot of the local TV and radio stations. And a lot of those local TV and radio stations are encouraged to, and indeed do, buy programming if they're radio stations from NPR, or if they're television stations, they buy a pre-recorded, pre-developed programming from the PBS. Congress established this system and established the Corporation for Public Broadcasting in 1967, over 50 years ago. At the time, Congress tasked CPB, and I'm not saying it didn't make sense then, it probably did make sense then, but Congress tasked the CPB with a mission to ensure that the American people had, and I want to quote here, to be precise, had, quote, universal access to non-commercial, high-quality content and telecommunication services. And indeed, CPB boasts that on its website that 99% of Americans have access to public media. Hell, they ought to. We're spending $500 million of your taxpayer money to make sure they do. That's not the question. Because Americans have access to all different types of and forms of media today. They don't need to get their news from public broadcasting. This isn't the old days when people had one television set or one radio and lived in a rural area and that was the only source of news. The world has changed. The issue today is whether the American people need taxpayer-funded public broadcasting to access high-quality content anymore. And they don't. And we all know they don't. You don't have to be Walter Cronkite's cousin to figure that out. Everybody's got a cell phone. Everybody's on the internet. Everybody's heard of podcasts. Everybody's heard of cable. Many people have streaming services. Today, 97% of Americans have access to the internet. Why do we need public broadcasting? That's more than double the number of Americans who could access the internet two decades ago. Things have quickly changed. People now have a bottomless supply of news sources right at their fingertips whenever they need them. Why do we have to give $500 million a year to subsidize a certain small favored section of the media? Parents can also very easily find free educational programming if they want to. They don't have to go to public broadcasting. All they got to do is go to YouTube. All they got to do is go to other streaming services. The popular YouTube series Crash Course, for example, it has more than 16 million subscribers. PragerU is another educational content provider. It has 3.3 million subscribers. For comparison, PBS only has 1.4 million subscribers. You know what the difference is? You give them $500 million of your hard-earned money. That's the difference. Now, some may argue, well, we still need public broadcasting because it offers non-commercial programming. They argue it's really cool because you don't get interrupted by commercials. Well, the new chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, Mr. Brendan Carr, has just called that into question. He's called into question whether NPR and PBS are really non-commercial broadcasts. Mr. Carr has noted that NPR and PBS regularly run commercial advertisements during their shows and broadcasts in contravention of federal law. No advertising? All you got to do is turn on the stations. Give me a break. And in fact, the FCC has launched an investigation into NPR and PBS to determine whether they've been violating federal law. There seems to be no distinction between the advertiser-funded content on PBS or NPR and the content Americans can access for free anywhere else. But there is a key difference. I'm going to keep coming back to it. PBS and NPR receive a truckload, a bucket load of cash from the American people. In total, Congress will send the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and indirectly NPR and PBS, $535 million in 2025. That's an increase of 20.2% since 2020. Has your income gone up 20.2% since 2020? I know your expenses have. By 2027, CPB wants Congress to send it nearly $600 million. For what? For what? PBS alone received roughly $130 million last year in taxpayer-funded grants from the federal government through the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. That's 35% of its total budget. NPR similarly receives $96 million through taxpayer-funded grants from CPB. That's also roughly 32% of NPR's total budget. Why? Why? Why CPB? Why NPR? Why any of these alphabet soup entities? Why not the New York Times? Why not the Washington Post? Why not Fox News? Why these three particular entities? That's a question we have to ask. And we're not talking chump change here. We're giving them $500 million a year. NPR is one of the few, as far as I know, they're the only newsroom in the country that gets taxpayer funding. And you would think that after receiving nearly $100 million from NPR, I want to single out NPR for a second, you would think that after receiving nearly $100 million from taxpayers, that would motivate NPR to play it right down the middle, to only publish fair reporting. You would think that with the American taxpayer giving NPR $100 million every year, like clockwork, you should be able to go to NPR and look at the news and say, I don't know what party these folks are in. I don't know whether they're liberals. I don't know whether they're conservatives. I don't know whether they're left of center or right of center. I just know that they fairly report the news. But that's not the case, Mr. President. That's not the case. I want to give you a few examples of stories that NPR has published using taxpayer money. I'll just read the headlines. First headline, NPR News Service. Michael Avenatti, quote, a profile of the media-savvy attorney. They love Michael Avenatti. You know where Michael Avenatti is today? He's in jail. You know why? He's a crook. But for a while, he was a media darling on NPR. Here's another headline from NPR. How racism became a marketing tool for country music. I kid you not. The American taxpayers are spending $500 million a year to pay a local station to buy content that says country music is racist. Here's another headline from NPR. Donald Trump's long embrace of Vladimir Putin. Remember the Russiagate? The Steele dossier? NPR was right in there promoting it. A couple more headlines that NPR is putting out there using your tax dollars. This headline, monuments and teams have changed names. Let me say it again. Monuments and teams, presumably sports teams, have changed names as America reckons with racism. Birds are next. I don't know any birds that are racist. Here's another headline. Eating less beef is a climate solution. Eating less beef is a climate solution. I don't have anything against vegetarians. I'm a semi-vegetarian myself. I eat beef and cows eat grass. So that makes me a semi-vegetarian. But that's my choice. Not on NPR. Eating less beef is a climate solution. Here's why that's hard for some American men. Here's the final headline. I could go on the rest of the evening. How the Taliban adds to Afghanistan's woes when it comes to climate fueled disasters. Boy, I can tell you that's on the mind of every person in Afghanistan today, is climate change and the Taliban. I can guarantee you. I don't have a problem with these headlines. This is America. If you want to publish articles like this, which no person with a brain above a single-cell organism would call fair and balanced, if you're a news outlet and you want to publish this kind of stuff, that is your right as an American. We have freedom of the press. We have the First Amendment. You're not free in our country if you can't say what you think. You're not free in our country if you can't express yourself. I'm all for this, if that's what these outlets want to do. But I'm not for taking $500 million every single year and giving it to these stations to the exclusion of everybody else so they can do it. That's immoral. That's illegal as far as I'm concerned, or should be. Now, I'm sure that there's an audience in some campus coffee shop that wants to learn about racist birds, or the different ways in which cheeseburgers and the Taliban are contributing to climate change. But most American taxpayers would probably prefer that Congress spend their money on something other than these controversial points of view that appeal to only a small segment of America's population, while the rest of us foot the bill. Now, that's not just my opinion. A former editor at NPR, a gentleman by the name of Yuri Berliner. Mr. Berliner, he used to be an editor at NPR. He published a column last year. And in the column, he outlined the extreme bias at NPR. He detailed how NPR decided to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story. It wouldn't run stories about it. It said it wasn't real. Mr. Berliner, the former editor at NPR, said that NPR told its readers, and I'm quoting, quote, "We don't want to waste our time on stories that are not really stories. And we don't want to waste the listeners' and readers' time on stories that are just pure distractions." End quote. The Hunter Biden laptop is real. The FBI has it. It's there at the FBI headquarters, bigger than Dallas. Of course, we now know that the laptop was not just a distraction. Every bit of it was real. But NPR censored it using American taxpayer money. NPR also similarly covered the COVID-19 lab leak theory as though it was a conspiracy. That's how the news coverage reads, in my opinion. That if you believe that COVID-19 originated from a lab leak, you're a conspiracy theorist. I would point out that we're going to have to get some new conspiracy theories in America because all the old ones turned out to be true. The conspiracy theorists are up something like 37-0. But not if you read NPR. They say or said that the COVID-19 lab leak theory, you had to be some kind of conehead, some kind of meathead, some kind of whack job to believe in that stuff. Now the federal government, the CIA, the FBI, they've stated publicly that the pandemic likely originated from what? A lab leak. I can't make this stuff up. Now, other independent analysts have shown that NPR's content also leans left. And that's fine. As I say, that's fine. Many Americans lean left. I've got a lot of friends who lean left. I lean left on some issues. I think it's great. But I'll tell you what isn't great. Having American taxpayers spend $500 million a year to fund a news service that in turn we all have to pay for. That's not right. Since 1970, the United States Congress has given NPR more than $14.5 billion. With all those taxpayer dollars, NPR bought a $201 million office space just up the road from the Capitol. It's swell office space, $200 million worth. NPR pays its hosts as much as $532,000 a year. It pays its chief diversity officer $320,000 a year. Pretty good work if you can get it. Not NPR money. Came from you. You paid those salaries. And despite all the spending, NPR's audience continues to decline because they're obsolete. Now, Congress does not send taxpayer money to the most popular podcast hosts in America. We don't. The anchors on Fox News, the anchors on CNN, the anchors on MSNBC, nor their stations, they don't get any taxpayer dollars. Nor do any of the journalists that ask me questions every day in the hallway of this building, unless they work for NPR or PBS or their affiliates of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Congress should not be picking winners and losers in the news media. But that's what we're doing. The United States of America has $36 trillion in debt. We can't afford anymore to blow $500 million for public broadcasting when Americans can find the same content, and in many cases better content, online for free. Now, if you want to support NPR and PBS or any other public media outlet, that is great. God bless you. This is America. You're free to do it. You are free to donate to those nonprofits as you see fit. Donate to them. But Congress should not compel taxpayers to fund them, to fund a service that the American people don't need, especially when the content, well, you can read what the content is, and maybe you agree with it. But a whole bunch of Americans don't. A whole bunch of Americans don't think that birds are racist. President Trump's Department of Government Efficiency is looking for fat to trim, Mr. President. As far as I'm concerned, this gravy train with biscuit wheels called the Corporation for Public Broadcasting is the perfect example of a project the American people no longer need and should not fund. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum unless Senator Peters would like me to yield the floor. I take that back, Mr. President. I've been given instructions to read this. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, oh, I love this. This is great. I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, this makes me so happy, the confirmation vote with respect to the Gabbard nomination occur at 11 a.m. on Wednesday, February 12th. Further, I ask that the cloture motions filed on Thursday, February 6th, ripen following disposition of the Gabbard nomination. And finally, if cloture is invoked on the Kennedy nomination, that's Mr. Robert Kennedy, the post-cloture time count, the post-cloture time count as if invoked at 1 o'clock a.m., Wednesday, February 12th. Thank you, Jesus.
Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Now, Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum, unless Senator
Clerk will
Peters
call the
would
roll.
like me to. I withdraw that motion and yield to Senator Peters, my good friend.
Mr. President.
The senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the nomination of former Representative Tulsi Gabbard to serve as our nation's Director of National Intelligence. Intelligence is absolutely fundamental to our national security. Our intelligence community, spread out all across the federal government, has built the world's greatest network of information gathering and analysis. This information keeps us and our community safe by providing the people who make policy decisions with a full picture to understand the current as well as potential threats to our national security, from terrorism risks to our homeland to emerging conflicts across the globe. Spearheaded by the Director of National Intelligence, the U.S. intelligence community is responsible for monitoring terrorist activities, tracking foreign military capabilities, and even intercepting nefarious cyber attacks. The courageous men and women in this community, stationed both here as well as abroad, put their lives on the line to identify and neutralize espionage efforts against Americans by our foreign adversaries. Their work is absolutely critical, particularly in today's modern digital era, where information is power. But the foundation of intelligence is trust. We must trust that our intelligence experts are providing completely unbiased, fact-driven analysis of the intelligence that our agencies are collecting. Our experts must trust their ability to pursue intelligence that keeps Americans safe, wherever it may lead, without fear that discovery of the wrong issue might result in the end of their career. And our intelligence agencies must trust that government officials will protect their sources and their methods to ensure that critical missions and safety of Americans all across the globe are not placed into jeopardy. And unfortunately, I do not believe that Tulsi Gabbard has the qualifications, nor has she earned our trust to serve as Director of National Intelligence. She has spread conspiracy theories peddled by our adversaries. She claimed that those who were investigating domestic terrorism and the deadly January 6th insurrection were, quote, domestic enemies, end of quote. More dangerous than the individuals who violently stormed the U.S. Capitol, attacked law enforcement officers, and tried to overturn a free and fair election. She cannot differentiate between our adversaries and our allies, between those who seek to harm our country and those who seek to defend it. Time and time again, Ms. Gabbard has proven that she does not hold the judgment to serve as the leader of our intelligence community. So let's start with Russia. Start with Russia. As we know, Russia engaged in a widespread disinformation campaign before its deadly invasion of Ukraine in an attempt to justify its actions and manipulate public opinion. Russia actually claimed that the United States was to blame for the war, for failing to recognize Russia's, quote, legitimate security concerns about Ukraine's ascension to NATO. Tulsi Gabbard agrees with Putin and Russia. She said that the United States was entirely to blame for the war in Ukraine. Russian propaganda efforts also pushed lies that the United States was supporting bioweapons labs in Ukraine. A claim, by the way, that has been debunked by Ukraine's government, the U.S. government, news organizations, and independent researchers around the world. But Ms. Gabbard posted on her social media in 2022 supporting this conspiracy and accusing the Biden-Harris administration of a cover-up. Former Republican U.S. Senator Mitt Romney called Ms. Gabbard's post treasonous and saying that she was, quote, parroting fake Russian propaganda, end of quote. So now let's talk about Syria. Tulsi Gabbard has a long history defending former Syrian ruler Bashar al-Assad. In 2015, she even introduced a bill to end U.S. support to opposition to the Assad regime. She didn't think the opposition to Assad, who is responsible for crimes against humanity and the deaths of hundreds of thousands of his own people, should be supported. Not only did she oppose the support, Gabbard then traveled to Syria and met with Assad in 2017. Gabbard tried to justify her meeting, going as far to say that Assad is not the enemy of the United States. And despite U.S. intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard continued to turn a blind eye to Assad's horrific use of chemical weapons on civilians, claiming there was no real evidence linking this regime to those attacks. Even though the intelligence community under the first Trump administration attributed these chemical attacks to the Assad regime. Ms. Gabbard has promised to, quote, end the politicization of the intelligence community. But what we have seen in just the last few weeks from the administration in the name of freeing our government from politicization, weaponization, should certainly give us pause. This administration has fired dozens of prosecutors in a matter of days for doing their duty to provide justice on criminal cases stemming from the January 6th attack on our nation's capital. The administration has also fired most of the senior leaders of the FBI and is trying to go after every single FBI agent who was involved investigating January 6th, even if they were just doing their job as ordered by their superiors. And let's be clear, January 6th was an attack on our nation, our Constitution, and our democracy. But to be a part of Trump administrations, you have to show absolute loyalty to him over anything else. Don't worry about facts, just show loyalty. And don't worry about the law, just show loyalty. So this pattern certainly begs the question, with Ms. Gabbard at the helm, will the intelligence analysts and operatives who worked on investigations into January 6th or any other domestic terrorism plot, are they now going to be fired as well? Will Ms. Gabbard follow the lead of Trump's newly confirmed Attorney General and shut down U.S. efforts to collect intelligence on malicious foreign influences from our adversaries like China and Russia? Will she penalize anyone who has been responsible for tracking our adversaries' misinformation and disinformation campaigns that target our elections? Will she stand up to President Trump if he seeks to use the powers of the U.S. intelligence community against the American people? Will individuals in the intelligence community who disagree with her views on Russia, Syria, or the threats of chemical and biological weapons be in danger of censorship, or worse, even retribution? We have no reason to trust Ms. Gabbard will not simply follow the lead of others in his administration and oust those who do their jobs to serve all the American people and not just Donald Trump. But in addition to this questionable lack of judgment on who our nation's enemies are, Tulsi Gabbard is simply unqualified. Tulsi Gabbard does not have the extensive experience needed to oversee this highly complex network of intelligence operatives and analysts, experience that directors of national intelligence until this point have all possessed, because it's understood how essential this position is and why these qualifications are critical. There is broad bipartisan consensus that we are facing one of the most dangerous times in American history. Threats from our adversaries, like the Chinese and Russian governments, continue to grow and evolve with every passing minute. We need the person leading our intelligence community to be the most qualified candidate available. This is the person briefing our senior leaders, all the way up to the commander-in-chief, on the real threats that face our nation each and every day. This is the person tasked with protecting our vast network of sources and highly classified methods of collecting information. We need someone we can trust to safeguard the tools that our intelligence agencies need to access the darkest corners of the world. But also someone with the knowledge and understanding of this community to protect the brave Americans who are risking their lives gathering this information and intelligence firsthand on the front lines. We need someone who our allies will trust to share their own intelligence to help protect our people and our interest. Because without America's utmost confidence in Ms. Gabbard's ability to do this job, where will that leave us as a country? It will leave us in the dark, vulnerable against our adversaries. It will make our allies question whether or not they should share their intelligence with us, because they do not know whether the head of our intelligence community will actually share that information with our adversaries instead of our allies. It will leave us with an intelligence community that is afraid to speak truth to power or even just do their jobs for fear of offending the Trump administration and then getting fired. We are in unprecedented times with an administration that has shown that it's willing to break the law in order to break our government. We are in uncharted times with an administration that would rather target our institutions than protect our people. We are in perilous times with foreign adversaries waiting to pounce as the administration strips away the tools that we have used to protect ourselves. Mr. President, our national security is on the line. We cannot destroy our intelligence community and the progress that generations of Americans have built to keep our country safe by confirming someone who we cannot trust to act in the United States' best interest, or who simply lacks the necessary experience to lead this critical organization. Mr. President, that's why I'm voting no on Ms. Gabbard's nomination, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Almost 3 years ago, President Vladimir Putin launched a massive, illegal ground invasion of Ukraine, which has become the largest and deadliest conflict in Europe since World War II. Now, I've stood up again and again with my fellow senators, leaders of both parties, and our allies across the world to condemn Putin's war, which has killed thousands of civilians, including hundreds of children, and left millions of Ukrainians displaced. It is not a hard position to take. But Tulsi Gabbard has repeatedly justified Putin's expansionist war. She chose to blame the United States, our NATO allies, and even Ukraine itself for Putin's war. Now, President Trump wants Ms. Gabbard to be the Director of National Intelligence. The day the war started, she echoed Russian state media and said the war could have been avoided if the U.S. and NATO had acknowledged Russia's, and I quote, legitimate security concerns. She made baseless claims that Russia was justified in invading Ukraine because the U.S. had secret biolabs there. Where did she find that claim? It came directly from a Kremlin propaganda website. The Director of National Intelligence position was created after September 11th terrorist attacks to act as the principal advisor to the President, the National Security Council, and Homeland Security Council on intelligent matters related to our national security. It seems obvious to anyone who holds this position that they should have extensive national security experience, something Ms. Gabbard doesn't have. And somebody who holds this position should not be parroting Russian talking points. Now, I've worked with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to make sure that Putin is held accountable for the atrocities that have been committed in Ukraine. It is shocking to me that we are on the cusp of confirming a director of national intelligence who was so quick to defend one of the U.S.'s biggest adversaries. Now, cozying up to Putin would be bad enough. But unfortunately, he is not the only autocrat that Ms. Gabbard has ties to. She also has an alarming connection to the ousted Syrian president, Bashar al-Assad. Assad was a ruthless dictator who engaged in human rights abuses, and that is a documented fact. But inexplicably, Ms. Gabbard disputed credible accusations that Assad used chemical weapons against his citizens. And worst of all, she actually chose to travel in her personal capacity to Syria to meet with this dictator in person. All the while, she repeatedly cast doubts on our intelligence community's assessments of the extent of the horrors of Assad's regime. Now, I understand the desire to seek out multiple points of view. But again and again, Ms. Gabbard has taken healthy skepticism too far, suggesting to the American people that they can't trust our intelligence, while instead echoing Russian and Syrian disinformation. That's just unacceptable. President Trump claims that he wants to make America safe. He says he wants to maintain America's standing in the world. He says he wants to forge stronger ties with our allies. Well, confirming Ms. Gabbard to be Director of National Intelligence is in opposition to those goals. The Director of National Intelligence oversees 18 agencies in the United States intelligence community, including the CIA and the NSA. The Director has the legal authority to direct intelligence gathering and choose which intelligence to share with foreign agencies. As Director of National Intelligence, Ms. Gabbard would have access to our most closely guarded secrets. She would know the identities of the brave men and women who gather intelligence from our foreign adversaries. There should be absolutely no question about the trustworthiness or the judgment of our Director of National Intelligence. The Director of National Intelligence should not sympathize with autocrats, blame our allies for wars of aggression, or parrot Kremlin talking points. This is a low bar to clear. Mr. President, I am here in the Senate to represent the people of Nevada. They are relying on me to work to keep them and our community safe. And I'll tell you what, I pledge to help keep Nevadans safe by opposing Ms. Gabbard's confirmation, and I hope my colleagues follow suit. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Mexico.
Are we in a quorum call?
No.
Mr. President, every one of us remembers where we were when the first plane struck the World Trade Center the morning of September 11, 2001. And that day we watched in horror as the North and South Towers fell, terrifying debris clouds flooding the ground beneath them. We witnessed the Pentagon, the heart of our national defense, engulfed in flames as a hijacked plane crashed into it head-on, taking the lives of all the people aboard that flight and over 125 employees in the building itself. And our hearts broke as we saw yet another plane go down in an open field in Pennsylvania, after brave Americans decided to fight back and regain control of the aircraft before it reached its intended target here in this very Capitol building. From that day forward, we pledged to never forget the nearly 3,000 Americans who lost their lives that day, and the thousands more who were first responders that have died since. That pledge led us to immediately establish a bipartisan commission devoted to understanding how our nation's intelligence agencies could have left us vulnerable to this attack. And the 9/11 Commission discovered that our intelligence community had received warnings about the dangers posed by al-Qaeda, but that a systemic lack of communication and coordination between intelligence agencies that were effectively stovepiped off from one another had left glaring blind spots at the highest levels of our government. And to fix this, the Commission recommended that our government establish a new cabinet-level position called the Director of National Intelligence, the DNI. And the DNI is specifically dedicated to coordinating all of our intelligence gathering operations that protect the safety and security of the American people. For the last 2 decades, the Director of National Intelligence has played a vital role in every administration as the leader of our intelligence community, overseeing and coordinating 18 of our intelligence agencies. The Director of National Intelligence is also one of the main voices that any president hears from literally each and every day. That's because the DNI serves not only as the coordinator of our intelligence community, but as the compiler and presenter of the President's daily brief. This is the daily, high-level, highly classified briefing on the most pressing and sensitive national security matters. This is where all of our presidents have gathered critical information needed to make incredibly difficult military or foreign policy decisions. And it's where our presidents learn about potential threats from our adversaries, from non-state terrorist organizations, and to think through how to combat those. Put simply, our national security depends on the person that we entrust in that role. In fact, we need to implicitly trust that this person is relying on and providing credible and accurate information so that our country's commander-in-chief can make the decisions that will determine our security as a nation. And as a member of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence for the last 12 years, I do not say this lightly. I do not believe that Ms. Gabbard has demonstrated the judgment to merit our trust as Director of National Intelligence. Ms. Gabbard's statements and actions leading up to and during the confirmation process should make all of us question her qualifications for this essential national security role. And they should make us seriously question her basic judgment. Time and again, Ms. Gabbard has elevated conspiracy theories, parroted dictators' talking points, and repeatedly undermined our country's national security. Let me give you some specific examples of her statements and her legislative track record. In 2017, while she was still serving in the House of Representatives, Ms. Gabbard exercised seriously questionable judgment in scheduling a foreign trip into Bashar al-Assad's pariah state of Syria. This was after Assad had committed well-documented crimes against his own people, including the use of chemical weapons, and plummeted his country into a bloody civil war and devastating humanitarian crisis. Both before and after this trip, Ms. Gabbard undermined U.S. intelligence and echoed Russian and Syrian disinformation regarding Assad's use of chemical weapons on his own people. And she has made statements that appear to defend Assad. For example, on February 6, 2019, Ms. Gabbard claimed in an interview that, quote, Assad is not the enemy of the United States because Syria does not pose a direct threat to the United States. This is a shockingly narrow view of threats to U.S. national security. During the course of Syria's civil war, Assad used chemical weapons more than 300 times against his own people, killing and wounding thousands. To this day, Syria has still not accounted for this. The U.S. has also described Syria as being in flagrant noncompliance with the Chemical Weapons Convention. And there is no question that Assad's regime posed a serious threat to international peace and security. It is mystifying to me how Ms. Gabbard could not understand this then and still apparently doesn't understand it today. Ms. Gabbard's 2020 presidential campaign website stated that she remained skeptical about two particular chemical weapons attacks in Syria in 2017 and 2018. Her website wrongly stated that, quote, both attacks occurred in towns under the control of al-Qaeda-linked opposition forces. Both attacks resulted in multiple civilian casualties, and both were immediately blamed on the Assad government. However, there is evidence to suggest that the attacks may have been staged by opposition forces for the purpose of drawing the United States and the West deeper into the war, end quote. Of course, there never was such evidence. Disturbingly, Ms. Gabbard decided to take the views of a discredited professor who was himself taken in by a Syrian-Australian YouTube influencer, that somehow the opposition forces had staged these chemical weapons attacks. As a member of Congress, she could have taken the time to read the summary of a declassified U.S. intelligence report released the week after the 2017 attack, warning that claims shifting blame to rebel groups reflected the false narratives spread by Syria and its patron state, Russia. Instead of looking into the intelligence community for answers, or to the intelligence community for answers, Gabbard sought out fake intelligence, demonstrating her distrust in the very intelligence agencies that she could soon coordinate and oversee. Her trip to Syria and her visit with Assad himself should be alarming to all of us. Normally, if any member of Congress goes on a foreign fact-finding trip like this, we take precautions to not jeopardize our vital national security interests. We coordinate with the State Department. We coordinate with the Pentagon. We carefully account for our schedules. And we sure as hell make sure we are not giving a platform to state sponsors of terrorism or terrorist leaders. Ms. Gabbard did none of these things on this rogue trip into Assad's Syria. In fact, she sat down for an unscheduled meeting with Assad himself not once, but twice. She also met with the Grand Mufti of Syria. The Grand Mufti was appointed in 2005 to be Syria's most senior Sunni Muslim cleric. In 2011, he threatened Western countries, including the United States, against taking military actions in Syria. And he said in a speech, I say to all of Europe, I say to America, we will set up suicide bombers who are now in your countries. Now, during her confirmation hearing last month, I asked Ms. Gabbard directly about this meeting with the Grand Mufti, Mr. Hassoun. She claimed that this was the first she had ever heard about Mr. Hassoun's threats to set up suicide bombers to target America and our European allies. However, records from her congressional office suggest that almost immediately after returning from her controversial trip, she was fully aware that she had met with a leader with direct ties to terrorism. According to recent reporting in the Washington Post that helped to unearth these records right after she returned from Syria, Ms. Gabbard and her congressional staff worked feverishly to account for her meetings and official paperwork and to contain the political fallout. In the documents that the Post reviewed, Ms. Gabbard's staff asked her, "Did you know you were meeting with people with direct ties to terrorist organizations?" And her response in those documents, "Is this question reason the Mufti?" I want to be clear, I am not suggesting that Ms. Gabbard endorsed or endorses the despicable views or actions of this particular Syrian terrorist leader. What I am suggesting is that Ms. Gabbard's false denial to me in her confirmation hearing of any prior knowledge of this terrorist leader whom she personally met with should be evidence enough that we cannot trust her. And in the position that we are being asked to confirm her for, telling the whole truth accurately is the whole point. On top of this, Ms. Gabbard has repeatedly made public statements that echo Russian justification for Putin's unjustified, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. She has blamed our NATO allies for failing to recognize Russia's legitimate security concerns. Those are literally her words. And she has amplified Russian and Putin's disinformation campaigns, alleging Ukraine's development of bioweapons. On February 23, 2022, Ms. Gabbard echoed Russian talking points blaming Putin's invasion of Ukraine on the Biden administration. Specifically, she tweeted, "This war and suffering could have easily been avoided if Biden administration and NATO had simply acknowledged Russia's legitimate security concerns regarding Ukraine's becoming a member of NATO, which would mean U.S. NATO forces right on Russia's border." End of quote. As my colleague Senator Bennett said so powerfully, as he pointed out at Ms. Gabbard's confirmation hearing, she sent this tweet at the very moment that Russian tanks were rolling over Ukraine's border, essentially saying that Vladimir Putin was justified in invading the free nation of Ukraine. Then Senate Intelligence Committee Vice Chair, now Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, tweeted in response saying this is, quote, "simply not true," end quote, noting that the week before the invasion, Putin once again demanded NATO leave every country that joined after 1997, including Bulgaria, Romania, and 12 others. Ms. Gabbard chose not to listen to the vice chair of the Intelligence Committee or the intelligence community itself, which had issued a declassified threat assessment 2 weeks prior. Ms. Gabbard decided instead to give the benefit of the doubt to Vladimir Putin. How can we trust that she won't do that again? Ms. Gabbard has also repeatedly praised Edward Snowden, a former National Security Agency contractor who fled to China, then to Russia, after he was charged in 2013 with illegally exposing government surveillance methods and classified information. Ms. Gabbard has called him a brave whistleblower and even went so far as to introduce legislation in the House of Representatives to pardon Edward Snowden. In 2016, the House Intelligence Committee issued a declassified, scathing report that found Snowden leaked secrets that caused tremendous damage to U.S. national security. This included leaking secrets that protect American troops and American personnel overseas. As that report made clear, Snowden was not a whistleblower. He was and is a traitor to this nation. Ms. Gabbard and anyone who is interested in understanding the impact of the leaked secrets has access to the declassified House Intelligence Committee report and many other public sources of information explaining the damage that Snowden caused for our national security. Yet she continues to believe her own sources of information instead, and to this day will not say that Snowden betrayed this country. Let me be clear, Edward Snowden is not a whistleblower. He is a traitor. Ms. Gabbard should know this full well. If we confirm her as our next Director of National Intelligence, Ms. Gabbard will be responsible for transmitting lawful whistleblower complaints to Congress. Her past statements on Snowden reveal deficient understanding of our nation's whistleblower laws that should be patently disqualifying for any Director of National Intelligence, much less any national security appointee. When my colleagues in the Intelligence Committee pressed Ms. Gabbard during her confirmation hearing about whether her views had changed and if she would acknowledge that Mr. Snowden is a traitor, she refused. This is who we want to lead our intelligence community? Someone who outright refuses to condemn the actions of someone who jeopardized our national security and put the lives of many members of our intelligence community and national security community at risk. It's hard to believe that we could be so reckless. Finally, Ms. Gabbard has also advocated a full repeal of Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA. Section 702 is one of our intelligence community's most important tools to effectively fight terrorism, disrupt foreign cyber attacks, impede drug trafficking, and protect U.S. troops serving abroad. Ms. Gabbard introduced a bill in the House that would have completely repealed Section 702. I will be the first to say that there are reforms to Section 702 that we should make to ensure that this law always focuses on the communications of foreign targets abroad and is never inadvertently used in a way that threatens the privacy of innocent Americans. In the past, including just last year, I've worked closely with my colleagues to advance some of these reforms. A wholesale repeal of Section 702, however, is a wildly out of step and dangerous proposal. Do we really want to confirm a Director of National Intelligence who has advocated for the dismantling of such a foundational source of foreign intelligence to protect our national security? So any number of Ms. Gabbard's statements or actions would be disqualifying for a nominee to lead our intelligence community and keep our president accurately informed on pressing national security matters. But I am not alone in raising concerns about this nomination. And as with many of President Trump's unqualified nominees, I have heard from many New Mexicans, many constituents in my own state, in opposition to Ms. Gabbard's nomination. And I want to take a moment to read to you from some of these letters that I have received. Addie from Mountain Air wrote to me to share her concern about Ms. Gabbard's lack of experience to safeguard our nation. Addie said, running the DNI requires an unwavering commitment to evidence-based decision-making, national security, and independence from political or foreign influence. Tulsi Gabbard has none of that. She is completely unfit for this position. A constituent and former intelligence officer from Santa Fe who wished to remain anonymous is concerned how Ms. Gabbard's background will impact operations critical to defending the United States from foreign threats. This individual told me, as a retired intelligence officer, I urge you to do everything you can to keep Tulsi Gabbard from becoming the next DNI. Our allies will be reluctant to share intelligence with her, as will our own intelligence professionals, given her past support for Putin and for other dictators. This is a job that needs to be filled by serious experts in intelligence and national security policy. Katie from Tularosa is troubled by Ms. Gabbard's past association with dictators and tyrants. And Katie wrote to me, Tulsi Gabbard is known to have had sympathies for Russia and has met with Bashar al-Assad, the unrepentant dictator and war criminal. Her appointment threatens U.S. national security. Gary, also from Tularosa, is a retired intelligence officer, and Gary is worried about Ms. Gabbard's lack of national security experience and how it will affect efforts to safeguard the United States. Gary wrote, as a retired U.S. Air Force intelligence officer, I urge you to use all of your influence to block Tulsi Gabbard as the next Director of National Intelligence. She is absolutely unqualified to assume this key position in the intelligence community. To serve our nation, the DNI must have a deep understanding of the strengths and limitations of the broad array of civilian and military intelligence agencies. Only then can the DNI lead effectively and offer unbiased counsel to the President. Tulsi Gabbard has none of these qualifications or experience. Walter from Santa Fe is a veteran who served as an intelligence officer as well. He wrote to me to convey his disgust with President Trump putting an individual of loyalty over national security with his nomination. Walter said, I am appalled at President Trump putting individual loyalty above competency in this appointment. While Ms. Gabbard is a veteran, she lacks experience in the field of national security, and her playing with conspiracy theories, lacking valid documentation, raises serious questions about her judgment. I agree with my constituents in New Mexico. Ms. Gabbard's poor judgment, lack of national security experience make her wholly unqualified to serve as our next Director of National Intelligence. Confirming her to this role will make our nation less safe. And for all of these reasons, I will not be supporting Ms. Gabbard's confirmation. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, is the Senate presently in a quorum call?
We are not.
In that case, Mr. President, I am here to speak in opposition to the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to serve as the Director of National Intelligence of the United States of America. Setting aside her lack of qualifications and setting aside her rotten judgment, her nomination strikes me as being part of a pattern of unilateral disarmament by the Trump administration against Russia. One can hazard as to why this is happening, but the fact that it is happening seems hard to deny. In November 2024, the Washington Post wrote this: Gabbard's planned appointment as the head of national intelligence elicited the most excitement in Russia because she has long been regarded as a darling of the propagandist Russian RT network, which amplified her sympathetic takes on Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad and Putin. Russian state TV has called Ms. Gabbard our friend Tulsi. The Russian newspaper Komsomolskaya Pravda published an op-ed, and it was titled, "The CIA and FBI are trembling. Why Trump protege Tulsi Gabbard will support Russia as head of national intelligence." So the Russians are telling us pretty plain and simple, she's with us. If you look at some of her behavior, particularly relevant to the DNI position, she has constantly opposed Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which is a key source of foreign intelligence for our national security, and which, I guess I'd have to say in this location, presumably is useful at getting intelligence on Russia. She's not alone. Over at the FBI, Trump's nominee for FBI director, Kash Patel, we just found out, was paid $25,000 by a Russian filmmaker with Kremlin ties to participate in a documentary attacking the FBI, which is an adversary of Russia's, which spends a great deal of time and effort keeping an eye on Russia's adverse intelligence activity in the United States. To make it worse, Kash Patel has said he wants to shut down what he calls the intel shops, the part of the FBI that would go after Russian intelligence operations and Russian criminal networks in the United States. He's even said he wants to shut down the FBI building and run everybody out into the field offices around the country. Well, guess what takes place at FBI headquarters? Our intelligence and counterterrorism operations. If you empty that place out and you move everything out to the field where people are doing regular criminal work, it's another way of saying we're going to shut down our intelligence operations. And just in the past week, since she has been in, Attorney General Bondi has pulled down the DOJ Kleptocracy Asset Recovery Initiative, which has recovered billions of dollars in ill-gotten gains from foreign kleptocrats, many Russian, many close to Vladimir Putin. And she shut down DOJ's Task Force Kleptocapture, which is the entity that has been working to target the Russian oligarchs around Putin, seize their assets that have been used to support Putin in his illegal, brutal invasion of Ukraine, and take those assets and provide them to the Ukrainians for their rebuilding and defense. So, common theme here. Tulsi Gabbard wants to come in as our friend Tulsi, according to Russian state TV, to have the CIA and FBI trembling because she will support Russia. Kash Patel's coming into the FBI, who takes money from a Kremlin-associated filmmaker and promises to shut down or at least degrade our intelligence capabilities within the FBI. And Attorney General Bondi is busy over at the DOJ taking down the anti-kleptocracy initiatives that focus on Putin's little gang of oligarchs who prop him up. It's 3 for 3 in unilateral disarmament by the United States against Russia. There's a little history here that's worth going back to in evaluating all of this, and it includes that Russia interfered in the 2016 election through a Kremlin-linked internet research agency. There's been a good deal of reporting on that, but since that reporting, there's been a persistent right-wing Trump narrative to pretend that never existed, that there was no Trump-Russia thing, that Trump-Russia was a hoax. In fact, it was not a hoax. Trump-Russia was a thing. As a bipartisan report from the Senate Intelligence Committee pointed out, that bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee report found that Russian President Putin had ordered the Russian effort to hack computer networks and accounts that were affiliated with the Democratic Party and that were affiliated with the Democratic National Committee, and that the purpose was to find and to leak information that would be damaging to Hillary Clinton in that election. Here's what the committee found. I quote the report, the bipartisan report. Moscow's intent was to harm the Clinton campaign, tarnish an expected Clinton presidential administration, help the Trump campaign after Trump became the presumptive Republican nominee, and undermine the U.S. democratic process. That was the finding of the U.S. Intelligence Committee. That was the finding of, the Intelligence Community, as well as the finding of the Senate Intelligence Committee. It went on. You remember that famous meeting where Trump took the Russian ambassador and the Russian foreign minister right into the Oval Office and divulged to them highly classified information which caused U.S. officials to warn that Trump's revelations jeopardized a key source of intelligence in the Islamic State. They had to ping out to other intelligence agencies and to our officers in the field, look out, classified information has just been given to these Putin officials to try to shore up and defend our sources and methods. The Mueller report went to exhaustive effort with all the support of grand jury and senior FBI and Department of Justice officials, and they concluded that the Trump campaign both knew of and welcomed the Russian interference and expected to benefit from it. It even talked about obstruction of justice by President Trump. But what they concluded in talking about obstruction of justice by President Trump is that he could not be indicted as a sitting president, and therefore it would not be fair to lay out the conclusion that he had committed this crime because he wouldn't have a process by which to acquit himself and to clear the accusation. But they certainly laid out plenty of evidence that was suggestive that had he been an ordinary individual, he would have been indicted, charged, and convicted for obstruction of justice relating to this whole Trump-Russia saga. Later, when he was asked about all this, at a conversation about Vladimir Putin, he said in November of 2017 about Putin, he said, Putin said he didn't meddle in the election. I asked him. He said he absolutely did not meddle in our election. He did not do what they're saying he did. Everybody in the intelligence community knew that he did, in fact, do what they're saying he did. But Trump, for some reason, some connection, some Trump-Russia connection, went with Putin rather than the United States law enforcement and intelligence services. The next year in Helsinki, Trump met privately with Putin for 2 hours. We don't know what happened because they just met with their interpreters. And then they went out for a news conference, and there again, standing right next to Putin, he sided with him over our own intelligence agencies. But the meddling was real. The meddling was documented. The Mueller report helped document the meddling. And if you go into the details, you see the subplots. Paul Manafort was Trump's 2016 campaign chairman. He was meeting regularly, communicating regularly with a Russian intelligence officer named Konstantin Kilimnik and with a Russian oligarch named Oleg Deripaska through the campaign. The Senate Intelligence Committee bipartisan report found that on numerous occasions, Manafort sought to secretly share internal campaign information with Kilimnik. This did not end well for Paul Manafort. He was indicted by a federal grand jury for the crime of conspiracy against the United States, convicted, and sentenced to more than 7 years in prison. Oh, except that Trump pardoned Manafort in late 2020. There was the infamous Trump Tower meeting in which Donald Trump Jr., the same Paul Manafort, and son-in-law Jared Kushner met with Russian billionaire Emin Agalarov and a Russian lawyer connected to the Kremlin right in Trump Tower. The meeting came about because Donald Trump Jr. had been told by a contact that the Russian government wanted to offer, and I'm quoting here, official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary. Official documents and information from the Russian government that would incriminate Hillary. The response, if it's what you say, I love it. And they went ahead to the meeting. Clearly, the Trump campaign's purpose for that meeting was to obtain from Russia incriminating information on Clinton to influence the election. The special counsel decided not to prosecute the attendees in part because it couldn't determine that that information would actually have been determinative because it related to orphans. And what didn't connect with the Trump attendees at that meeting was that the interruption of the orphans being delivered to the United States for parents who wanted to adopt them was the response to sanctions against oligarchs and people around Putin. And this was an effort to get the sanctions lifted. And if you could crack the code, you'd know that that's what the orphans conversation was about, because that's why the orphans blockade had been set up. Ultimately, Russia did, in fact, hack emails, both from the DNC and from the Clinton campaign chair. Russian intelligence got their hands on those documents. Trump, here's what the Intelligence Committee wrote about that. Trump and senior campaign officials sought to obtain advance information about WikiLeaks' planned releases through Roger Stone. At their direction, Stone took action to gain inside knowledge for the campaign and shared his purported knowledge directly with Trump and senior campaign officials on multiple occasions. This wasn't just a one-off. This was information being channeled through Roger Stone to the Trump campaign. Didn't end well for Stone. He was indicted and convicted on charges of lying to Congress about what he and then candidate Donald Trump knew about Russian efforts to discredit Hillary Clinton's campaign, and witness tampering and obstruction. On we go to Carter Page, also associated with the campaign, who traveled to Moscow in that time frame, July 2016, to deliver a commencement speech while working for the campaign. Russia's Deputy Prime Minister, Arkady Dvorkovich, there expressed, here's the quote, strong support for Mr. Trump. Strong support for Mr. Trump and a desire to work together. Another campaign operative, George Papadopoulos, same year, May, was traveling and told the Greek foreign minister that the Russians had dirt on Hillary Clinton. So you have all these pieces coming together about the Russians seeking dirt on Hillary Clinton, getting it, leaking it through WikiLeaks, and constantly having a back channel through members of the Trump campaign. Didn't end well for Papadopoulos either. He was arrested for lying to FBI investigators and pleaded guilty. And of course, Trump pardoned him too, trying to cover up his traces. Michael Flynn, in 2015, delivered remarks at a Moscow gala honoring Russia Today, RT, the same organization that Tulsi Gabbard was the darling of. He was seated at the gala next to Putin. Next to Putin. He was paid $33,750 from RT, whose darling Tulsi Gabbard was, for this one speech, didn't correctly report the payment, ended up being paid more than $67,000 by Russian companies before the 2016 presidential election. Didn't end well for him either. He lied to Vice President Pence and to the FBI about communications he was having with Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak about sanctions imposed by the Obama administration while President Obama was in office. Yes, the sanctions related to the orphans conversation at Trump Tower. Flynn pleaded guilty to lying to the FBI about that conversation, and, of course, Trump pardoned him days before Flynn was due to be sentenced. It's kind of an ongoing thing between Trump and Russia. A lot of us on both sides of the aisle are very concerned about what's going on in Ukraine. Indeed, furious that Putin would launch his army into Ukraine and perform massive atrocities and war crimes, firing rockets into children's hospitals, having his soldiers murder through neighborhoods. It is a foul spectacle, and it started with Russia's invasion of Crimea, the so-called Little Green Men. And Trump thought that was all a pretty good thing. You'll remember that the way they started it was to foment riots by Russian-speaking people in Crimea to provide a justification for coming over the border. Sort of 1930s Europe-style tactics coming back to us here. So that kicked it off. There were these demonstrations. Putin said, oh, my people, they're being abused by those terrible Ukrainians, and in went the little green men. Here's how Trump praised Putin's invasion then of Crimea. When you see the riots in a country because they're hurting the Russians, okay, we'll go and take it over. And he really goes step by step, and you have to give him a lot of credit. And of course, there's the famous comment to Russia publicly saying, Russia, if you're listening, this is during the campaign, Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily in the press. Then there were the episodes that I mentioned earlier where he said, no, Russia wasn't meddling in our elections, despite the fact that everybody knew that they were, but he took Putin's side in all of that. And most recently, he refused to condemn Putin for the death of Alexei Navalny, who had been such a brave fighter standing up against the corrupt Putin regime and died in a penal colony at the age of 47. For a long time, I have described the United States as being in a clash of civilizations, with rule of law countries like ours on the one side and kleptocrats, autocrats, and governments run by criminal organizations like the narco-traffickers on the other side. Fairly simple clash. Rule of law versus rule of thuggery. There ought to be bipartisan support for making sure that the United States does not become a safe haven for kleptocrats and criminals. We should not be giving aid and comfort to our enemies by allowing them to park their funds here in our country. We've made progress to combat the kleptocrats and the international criminals who are on the other side of this clash of civilizations. Ms. Gabbard is not on the right side of that clash. Not when she's so chummy with Putin, not when she's so chummy with the murderer Bashar al-Assad, not when she is our Tulsi to our darling Tulsi to Russian media channels, and not when she's lined up with Kash Patel threatening to take down the FBI offices that track Russia, taking money from a Russian filmmaker, and then stack that up with Attorney General Bondi taking down the kleptocracy and klepto-capture efforts at the DOJ that have been making the Russian oligarchs' lives miserable by going after their assets. 1, 2, 3, all unilaterally disarming against Russia in the wake of all that time in which the Trump-Russia connection appeared over and over and over and over again, and as far as I can tell, still persists today. I see my colleague here on the Senate floor, and I will yield the floor.
Mr. President.
From Arizona.
Mr. President. Today the Senate is deciding whether Colonel Tulsi Gabbard should be the person who each day makes the call on which intelligence gets in front of the President of the United States. That's what the Director of National Intelligence does. They sift through the intelligence collected and analyzed by all of our intelligence agencies, from the CIA to the NSA, and decide what to brief the President on. This includes information about terrorists planning attacks here in the United States or on our service members abroad. It includes evidence of adversaries backing cyber attacks. Often, the intelligence is incomplete, or there are pieces that contradict one another. It's this person's job to cut through the noise and present the president with what he needs to know. There can't be any spin. There can't be a finger on the scale to get him to do one thing or not do another. It requires impeccable judgment and sound decision-making. Everything we've learned about Colonel Gabbard during her confirmation process suggests that she is not the person for this job. It's that simple. Now, Mr. President, I went into this process with an open mind. Colonel Gabbard and we had a long meeting in my office. She responded to a number of written follow-up questions that my colleagues and I had for her. And I was able to ask her questions in an open and closed hearing of the Senate Intelligence Committee. And after each of those steps, I became more and more concerned. Colonel Gabbard is often dismissive and has been at times outright hostile towards our intelligence community and the tools that it uses to protect this country. Now, I have a tremendous amount of respect for Colonel Gabbard's service to this nation. And I do think that healthy skepticism is a good thing. It's something that I always valued in my crew members at NASA, and I value it today in the Senate. But that's not what we've seen from Colonel Gabbard. She has a track record of embracing overblown, flimsy claims that confirm her own viewpoint while easily dismissing the thorough assessments and the methods of our own intelligence community. That's not the person that we should want in this job. Now let's start here with her record on Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden was a government contractor who stole and then leaked highly classified information from the National Security Agency in 2013. Snowden could have used whistleblower protections to securely and legally share concerns that he had about the legality of certain surveillance programs. But he didn't do that. Instead, he stole millions of documents, most of which didn't pertain to the programs that he had raised concerns about, and then he leaked them without caring about what would the lasting damage be to our national security. After the Department of Justice revealed charges against him for committing espionage, Snowden fled to Russia, where he was welcomed with open arms. Edward Snowden exposed our government's secrets to the world, including to our adversaries. He put intelligence operatives and service members around the world at risk, at great risk. And he made all of us less safe. And that's true even today. He should be in prison for betraying our country. Colonel Tulsi Gabbard wanted him to be pardoned. She introduced legislation calling on the federal government to drop all charges against Snowden, and unsurprisingly, it failed to gain support. This was in September of 2020, after he'd been in Russia for nearly 7 years.